Chapter 286. 2 days later. In the southwest corner of the Enu area, a human city was hidden in the deep forest, like a small boat passing by a vast expanse of green waves. Luori City. We're here. Zongjian was shocked. Even he had to be careful with the sudden appearance of a beast tide. The heavily injured Palace Master Fengqing and the Fengqing guards had recovered a little. Palace Master Shui Yarrow had regained his freedom. Shui Yarrow looked at Su Yu cautiously, grunting, "The relic is hidden deep beneath Luori City. We were about to open the seal, but half a month ago, the demonic beasts in the forest attacked, forcing us to stop." Su Yu stood on the clouds, his crystalline pupils revolving, scanning the Luori City 50 miles away. What he saw was dead silence. Other than the rotting corpses on the ground, the city was dead silent, no signs of life. Whoosh! But at this moment, a black shadow flashed past, causing Su Yu's pupils to dilate. There was someone. Looking closely, the black shadow moved without a trace, making it difficult to pinpoint its direction. Who was it? Su Yu was bewildered. Could it be that someone had arrived before him? Or was it related to the beast tide? That person's movement techniques were extremely agile, his cultivation level extremely high. Filled with doubt, Su Yu was silent. Zongjian creased his brows. The beast tide delayed the appearance of the relic by half a month. In other words, the risk of exposure has increased. If they had opened the relic in one go, the news might not have spread. But after halting the relic for half a month, there were many people who had participated in the excavation. Zongjian's appearance was the best proof. Since he had obtained news of the relic, it was hard to guarantee that he was the only one. Without further ado, the group descended upon Luori City. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, the deathly silent city, Su Yu mourned in his heart. For Sunset City, that beast tide was tantamount to a disaster. Su Yu followed the group to the center of the city. A giant hole had been hastily covered up. Gusts of extremely sinister cold wind blew out from the pitch-black hole, causing one's hair to stand on end. Looking into the hole, Su Yu's brows twitched, his heart filled with unease. "What an evil relic," Su Yu said seriously. The arrogant Zongjian was stern. "This relic is a dangerous place." Zongjian stood at the entrance of the cave and pondered for a moment. "How about this? The Fengqing guards will be at the front, and Su Yu will be at the back. The 21 of you will go down and check out the situation." Zongjian did not even look at Su Yu as he made the arrangements. There were 2 reasons for this arrangement. The Fengqing guards were at the front. Firstly, they had a large number of people. Once they encountered danger, the chances of those who managed to escape would be higher. Su Yu was at the back instead of Fengqing or Shui Yao. This was because they were considering their overall abilities. If there was a power below that could wipe out the entire Fengqing guards, with Su Yu's abilities, he might be able to escape successfully. This was something that Fengqing and Shui Yarrow might not be able to do. Palace Master Fengqing frowned deeply, sending his men to their deaths. However, facing Zongjian, he did not dare to object. "Why should it be me?" Su Yu asked expressionlessly. No one liked the feeling of being used as a spearhead. Only then did Zongjian look at Su Yu, lightly creasing his brows. "You have an opinion? What a joke. Why didn't you go down by yourself?" Su Yu asked. Zongjian did not hide his intentions at all. He sneered and said, "There are unknown dangers down there. Of course, you should be the one to explore it. Do you want me to go?" How condescending was he? He was ordering people to their deaths with such confidence. The reason was that he was of a higher status than Su Yu. Hence, Su Yu could die, but he could not. Squinting his eyes, Su Yu's heart was filled with killing intent. This Zongjian really thought that he could control their fates. "I will give you 3 breaths' time. Go down immediately," Zongjian urged impatiently. "Don't forget, you were able to come because I agreed to give you a chance. Otherwise, you would not be fated with the relic." The relic clearly belonged to Su Yu, the owner of the land. But now, it had become Zongjian's gift. If Fengqing and Shui Yarrow had taken over the land for the relic, they would still have some self-awareness as people from the other areas. However, Zongjian did not have such awareness. In his mind, there was no such thing as the owner of the Inu area. In his eyes, Suyu was worthless. If this place was controlled by the first deputy palace master, would Zongjian dare to be so arrogant? Come uninvited. A cold intent circulated in the depths of his eyes. Unexpectedly, Suyu did not resist, nodding his head expressionlessly. Fine, I'll go. He did not resist. The reason was that when he neared the cave, the small palm print deep within his soul actually trembled slightly. According to Hai Kuang, that seemed to be some sort of key. It could actually affect the mysterious palm print. Suyu squinted his eyes. Zongjian laughed arrogantly. That's more like it. Don't worry, if there are treasures in the relic, and I'm in a good mood, I'll give you some. Go. Suyu shook his head. In Zongjian's heart, the entire relic belonged to him alone. Whoosh! Suyu entered the cave, activating his crystalline pupils. In the darkness, the night was as bright as day. After walking for an hour, other than the cold wind, there was no danger. Until he reached an ancient metal door. The metal door was 100 meters tall. It was completely blood-red, as if it was made from blood. It was like the door to hell. Just by standing in front of the metal door, Suyu could feel a deep evil. A chilling aura was emitted from the blood door. In the middle of the blood door, a huge gap had been blasted open. Waves of cold wind whistled out from the gap. With a flash of his eyes, Suyu stepped into the gap. The expressions of the Fengqing guards changed, following closely. But when he entered, Suyu's eyes, which could see nothing in the darkness, suddenly realized that there was a black mirror in the gap of the blood door. When Suyu passed by, his own face was reflected in the mirror. His eyes left an image in the mirror. As for the rest of the Fengqing guards, in the darkness, they did not notice the mirror, which was one with the darkness, and did not notice it. After stepping into the blood door, the bone-piercing cold wind assaulted them at once. Even Suyu felt his blood run cold. Looking around, he and his group appeared in a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were stone statues carved all over. Over the 10,000 years, most of the stone statues had been destroyed. Only a small portion of the stone statues had been preserved. The expression of the leader of the Fengqing guards changed, quickly going forward to examine the stone statues. After a while, he said in disappointment, "From the material, it looks like a normal stone statue. I wonder if there is any difference between a complete stone statue." The leader of the Fengqing guards walked to the nearest complete stone statue, touching it at a close distance. But at this moment, Suyu's eyebrows twitched, his expression changing. "No. Retreat quickly. That is not a stone statue." Gulp! Almost at the same time, the sound of a throat moving reverberated in the silent darkness. It was like a bloodthirsty beast, letting out a thirsty sound. Chapter 287. The pairs of eyes were like blood-colored pearls in the dark night, illuminating the entire night in a blood-red hue. A cruel and tyrannical aura reverberated within the bloody eyes. The heart of the leader of the Fengqing guards skipped a beat, his body stiffening for a moment. But even as his scalp turned numb, he reacted quickly, retreating rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated 10 feet. Just as the leader of the Fengqing guards heaved a sigh of relief, his pupils suddenly dilated. The stone statue in front of him had disappeared. Creak! A strange sound came from behind him. The leader of the Fengqing guards turned back to look, only to see a green-faced, fanged ghost gnawing on a lump of heart. Fresh blood splattered, the flesh crunching as the ghost gnawed on it. In the dark and gloomy underground, the sound of chewing caused one's guts to crack. What caused the leader of the Fengqing guards to gasp was that he felt a sharp pain on his back, his vision turning black. Lowering his head to look, he realized that his chest had been hollowed out from behind. His heart had vanished into thin air. The green-faced, fanged evil creature was not gnawing on someone else's heart, it was his. But the other party was too fast, causing him to feel the pain at the moment of his death. Silently falling to the ground, the leader of the Fengqing guards still had the fear and pain of death on his face. "It's an evil corpse. Run." One of the elderly Fengqing guards recognized the ghost and his teeth chattered. He let out a loud roar of terror and turned around to escape. "What?" The legendary evil corpse. An evil corpse born in a place of extreme negative energy, with abilities of at least immortal realm level 1. Run. Their combined strength was enough to wipe out the Fengqing area, but after hearing the words evil corpse, they were terrified, fleeing in panic. Roar, but at this moment, the remaining stone statues revived. Green faces, fangs, blood-red eyes, green ghost claws. Turning into streaks of shadows, they pounced toward the panicking Fengqing guards. Don't creak in the blink of an eye, the screams of terror, pitiful cries, the sound of blood splattering, and the sound of flesh and bones being gnawed on were mixed together, creating the sound of hell. Fengqing guards were being pounced on continuously, their screams resounding. In the blink of an eye, the corridor had turned into hell. Su Yu's pupils dilated. What a powerful evil zombie! Their individual abilities were at least immortal level 1. Roar! Suddenly, an evil corpse pounced toward Su Yu. Su Yu's expression changed, but he did not retreat. Instead, he dashed toward the depths of the corridor. The evil corpse was certain of Su Yu, and it chased after him relentlessly. It was only when they reached the end of the corridor that the evil corpse stopped at a red line and stared at Su Yu. Su Yu was slightly relieved, as if the evil zombie was afraid of something. At this moment, he turned around and looked at the entrance. The ground was littered with the corpses of the Fengqing guards. Out of the 20 of them, only one managed to escape. The rest of them had all become a meal for the evil corpses. What an ominous place. There were dozens of evil corpses that were extremely difficult to form. In Su Yu's memory, evil corpses were buried in places of extreme yin, and could only be born after being baptized by evil yin energy for a long time. The requirements were extremely harsh. In the history of the Zhenlong continent, the number of evil corpses that had appeared could be counted on one's fingers. Unexpectedly, there were dozens of them here. Now that things had come to this, Su Yu had no choice but to go deeper. At the end of the corridor was a huge wall. It seemed that they had reached the end of the underground ruins. Su Yu was slightly annoyed. Apart from a ground full of evil corpses, he had not obtained anything. But Su Yu's eyes gradually narrowed. For the evil corpses to stop here in fear, there must be something extraordinary at the end. Su Yu's palm rubbed the stone wall, and he felt a cold sensation. It passed through his skin and surged into his heart. Crack! A layer of white frost instantly formed on Su Yu's palm. Su Yu's pupils turned serious, his eyes filled with surprise. What a powerful cold energy! He cultivated the ice Dao, and it was rare to see cold energy that could freeze his palm. Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he punched the stone wall. Rumble! A surprising scene occurred. The seemingly indestructible stone wall actually rolled down a huge rock. A cave that could only fit one person appeared on the stone wall. Passing through the stone wall, a black yin energy that was almost solid surged out from the cave. Roar! All the evil corpses stopped eating at the same time, roaring continuously. The evil corpse that had chased after Su Yu looked at the cave in fear, continuously retreating. For the evil corpses to be so afraid, what kind of evil place was on the other side of the cave? After thinking for a moment, Su Yu clenched his teeth and entered the cave. The cave was extremely narrow, only allowing one person to pass through. Su Yu crawled out, his breathing difficult. Not to mention turning around, he did not even have space to move his limbs. Not long after, Su Yu saw a ray of light. Waves of cold and sinister energy blew toward him. Su Yu felt his face covered in frost, the coldness piercing his bones. Just as he was about to raise his hand to wipe away the frost on his face, Su Yu suddenly felt something wet on his back, as if something was wriggling. There was also a warm stream of blood from the umbilical cord blowing against Su Yu's face. Su Yu gasped when he turned around to take a look. At some point in time, a woman's head was resting on his back. Her 10-meter-long black hair was dripping onto the ground, drenching Su Yu's back. A pale, swollen woman's face, as if she had been soaked in water for a few months, was on Su Yu's shoulder. Her mouth was slightly open, spitting out a warm breath that sprayed onto Su Yu's frosty face. The breath was filled with a foul stench. Looking closely, the mouth was filled with fresh blood. Like the fangs of a wolf, the sharp teeth were fine and long, densely packed in the mouth. His eyes were filled with hatred and a ferocious smile. He stared at Suyu without blinking, as if he was smiling. A woman's head on fire. Suyu had lived 2 lives, and this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying thing. He almost screamed in fear. Especially that half-smile in his eyes, it was as if he was a wolf looking at the prey that was about to take a bite. Suyu's mind was buzzing, his limbs icy cold, his heart thumping wildly. Luckily, Suyu's fear only lasted for a moment, and he quickly regained his composure. Escape. In such a narrow place, it was difficult to move freely. If he did not escape in time, he would be eaten alive. At this moment, the head grinned, revealing a row of terrifying fangs. It let out an ear-piercing ghostly cry, opening its mouth to bite down. At this moment, Suyu finally moved. Thump, straightening his back colliding with the ceiling of the cave. Ah! A ghostly cry like that of a baby came from behind him. The woman's head rolled off Suyu's back, rolling on the ground as it screamed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suyu used both his hands and feet to travel through the tunnel. But he had only taken 2 steps when his legs were suddenly tightened. Looking back, it was the woman's head, using her 10-meter-long black hair to wrap around Suyu's leg. The head used the force of the rebound to fly over ferociously. It opened its bloody mouth, letting out a ghostly cry that could pierce one's eardrums. Hee-hee-hee. I'll eat you. I'll eat you. Roar! The huge mouth was about to bite him. But in such a narrow environment, there was no way to turn around. Seeing that he was about to be bitten, Suyu's eyes flashed, and he used his soul attack without warning. Ah, ah, ah! The head screamed in pain. The scream was so loud that it caused Suyu's ears to buzz. The entire cave shook continuously, as if it was about to collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu freed himself from the hair, escaping in a hurry. But he had only taken a few steps before the woman's head caught up to him again. Her pale and swollen face was filled with the ferocity of an evil spirit, her bloody mouth creaking. The 10-meter-long hair was like a vine, wrapping around the protruding part of the cave. The head chased after Suyu at a shocking speed. I'll eat you. Suyu was terrified, climbing with all his might. Feeling the aura behind him getting closer, Suyu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Finally. Thump! Suyu had successfully crawled out of the cave. But he had just flown out when he felt something tighten around his waist. The black hair had wrapped around him, pulling him into the cave. Suyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Taking the opportunity to fly backward, he turned around in midair, gathering a purple lightning arc on his fingertip. Thunder Star Finger. Ah, pooh! The scream stopped abruptly. Half of the woman's head had been blasted into smithereens. But she was still alive. She screamed as she retreated to a protruding part of the cave. Suyu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Being chased by a female ghost in a cave was really dangerous. He wanted to kill her, but it was difficult to use his fists and legs in the cave, so he could only give up for now. At this moment, Suyu finally had the mood to look at the other side of the cave. It was a world of black ice and snow. Black snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Many black ice mountains stood in the darkness like ghosts. A black snowflake landed on Suyu's palm, immediately turning into a piece of black ice. Hiss! Suyu gasped, hurriedly shaking off the black ice. Using his crystalline pupils to look, Suyu gasped. This was not black snow, it was worms. It was black snow formed by tens of thousands of densely packed worms. Their entire bodies were ice cold, hence when they landed on Suyu's palm, it felt cold. Once they got close to a living being, they would devour the flesh and blood of the living being. Suyu's palm only stopped for a moment before he felt a faint pain. Looking at it, his palm was slowly seeping with blood. Did that mean that the black snow in the sky were worms? Those huge icebergs were also insects. Suyu felt his scalp go numb. What strange worms! Suddenly, Suyu's pupils dilated. Within the black ice mountain in front of him, there was a figure sealed within the ice mountain. His clothes were simple, not like someone from this era. In his arms was a simple black jade box. What caused Suyu's pupils to dilate was that the extremely cold wind was blowing out from the crack of the black jade box. What was the jade box? What kind of nature-defying item was hidden within? The cold wind that leaked out from the crack created a land of extreme yin. But just as Su Yu was about to investigate, there was a commotion from the cave he had passed through. Su Yu's expression changed, immediately hiding to the side. Whoosh, 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 a chaotic sound could be heard from the tunnel. It was Zong Jian, Shui Yarrow, and Feng Qing. The Feng Qing guards were completely annihilated, with only one escaping. This caused the expressions of the three of them to change, immediately coming down to investigate. With the abilities of the three of them, they might not be able to kill all the evil corpses so quickly, but it was not difficult for them to escape the pursuit of the evil corpses. They followed the cave that Su Yu had discovered and entered the black ice. Be careful. There is something strange about the snow. Zong Jian's expression was serious. Spirit energy seeped out of his body, surrounding his body and blocking the black snow. Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing followed suit. Feng Qing looked around, grunting. Where is Yin Yu? He is not among the corpses outside. Chapter 288. Suddenly, Zong Jian squinted his eyes. His gaze landed on the sealed ancient expert in the Black Ice Mountain. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. Even Su Yu could tell that the old man and the black jade box were extraordinary. How could Zong Jian miss it? However, Zong Jian did not take the initiative to attack. A wisp of cunning was hidden deep within his eyes. The fake Will did not notice the frozen powerhouse and looked elsewhere. Feng Qing and Shui Yarrow, on the other hand, discovered the frozen experts one after another. Their expressions changed as they looked at each other and rushed towards the ice mountain together. Even though they knew very well that there might be unknown dangers within the Black Ice Mountain. However, even if they joined forces, they were still no match for Zong Jian. If they did not make the first move, they would not be able to obtain the treasures in the ruins. However, just as the two of them were about to reach the Black Ice Mountain, whoosh, from a hidden place, an imposing figure actually appeared. He was tall, wore a black bamboo hat, and emitted a wild aura. Under the bamboo hat was a pair of cold and frightening eyes. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. This person actually gave him a sense of familiarity. Hai Kuangren. He had encountered Hai Kuangren in the ruins of Shenyu Island. However, their temperaments were completely different. Hai Kuangren tended to be arrogant, but this person tended to be cold. However, the two of them were dressed very similarly. His cultivation base was a level lower than Hai Kuangren's, immortal level 2 upper tier. Could the bamboo hat man before him be related to Hai Kuangren? Zong Jian's expression changed, and he struggled indeterminately. His opponent's strength was a level higher than his. In a one-on-one fight, he was definitely not the opponent's match. With a glint in his eyes, Zong Jian calmly retreated into the cave. Haha, you want to leave now? Isn't it already too late? The man in the bamboo hat sneered. Like a ghost, he rushed ahead of Zong Jian and blocked the cave. As such, Zong Jian and the other two had no other way out. Who are you? How dare you appear in the sub-palace of the Empire of Darkness? Zong Jian berated sternly, secretly meeting up with Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing. The man in the bamboo hat sneered, Branch Palace of the Empire of Darkness. Since the ancient times, your Empire of Darkness has always been like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Not to mention a small branch hall like yours, even if an empire were to descend, it would be nothing in front of the 9th Saint Master. The arrogance of this person was shocking. Since ancient times, the Empire of Darkness had always been the strongest and most mysterious ancient force in the Zhenlong continent. In his 10,000 years of history, he had unified the continent many times and dominated the world. But this heaven-defying faction was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the bamboo hat man. In the end, what kind of power was behind him? Could it be that, other than the Empire of Darkness, there were other powers in the Zhenlong continent? However, Su Yu finally confirmed that the plaited bamboo hat man in front of him belonged to the same camp as Hai Kuangren. They were all talking about the same person. Saint Lord. Who was this so-called 9th Saint Master? Could they really destroy the number one power of the Zhenlong continent, the Empire of Darkness, with a flick of their fingers? Zong Jian squinted his eyes and did not reply. The blood demon frowned. Ridiculous. There is only one kind of person who dares to boast in front of the Empire of Darkness. That is, a lunatic. The man in bamboo hat narrowed his eyes and shook his head. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Summer insects can't talk to ice, so it's better to send you on your way. Hearing this, the three of them changed their expressions. Zong Jian tried his best to maintain his composure. We have no grudges against each other. If you want the historical remains, you can take them. I will give them to you on behalf of Palace Master Yin Yu, who is in charge of this place. Su Yu, who was in secret, laughed coldly. It was ridiculous. What right did Zong Jian have to make a decision on behalf of Su Yu and give the historical remains that belonged to him to the enemy? In order to survive, Zong Jian was willing to do anything. The plaited bamboo hat man sneered. Who do you think you are? The key in the jade box belongs to me. Why would I need you to give it to me? I am not killing you because I am worried that you will fight with me for the treasures. Instead, I do not want the news to leak. Die. An absolute ability that could suppress the three of them exploded. Zong Jian clenched his teeth. Attack together. With him as the leader, the three deputy palace masters fought with all their might for their lives. However, even if the three of them joined forces, they were no match for the plaited bamboo hat man. After 10 moves, 3 pathetic cries could be heard, one after another. Then, they stopped abruptly. The ground was covered in fresh blood. Even though they were strong, they did not manage to injure the plaited bamboo hat man in the slightest bit. All of them fainted from their heavy injuries. The plaited bamboo hat man patted his sleeves, shaking his head in disdain. A bunch of trash that grew up in a greenhouse. You have cultivation levels, but are unable to unleash the power that you should have. With his hands behind his back, the plaited bamboo hat man swept his gaze, shooting it toward Su Yu. He said nonchalantly, "You are the only one left. Do you not intend to come out? After all, I have allowed you to live for so long." He had already sensed Su Yu's existence. Thinking about it, it made sense. The plaited bamboo hat man was originally here. How could he not know that Su Yu had arrived? Russell Su Yu appeared. The plaited bamboo hat man examined Su Yu, nodding his head, praising him. You have reached Dragon Realm level 7 at the age of 16, and your immortal level lightning-based cultivation technique is at stage 1 upper class. Your talents and level of comprehension are all top-notch. Compared to these 3 trash, you are much stronger. Su Yu's gaze was dull, examining the plaited bamboo hat man as if he wanted to see through his identity. It is a pity that no matter how talented you are, you will be buried in the Zhenlong continent. Rather than you personally witness the arrival of the end of the world, why not I be merciful and send you on your way first? Rumble, the aura of an immortal realm level 2 upper tier came crushing over. Su Yu raised his hand and used Thunderstar Finger. The plaited bamboo hat man shook his head. If you were given more time, you might surpass me one day. It is a pity that you are too weak now. You have the strength of an ant. Creak, before he arrived, his power had already arrived. The lightning arc that Su Yu had yet to release was destroyed in the air, following which, he pointed at the space between Su Yu's brows. But what caused the plaited bamboo hat man's expression to change was, Su Yu's expression was still dull. Who told you that I was going to use this technique? A destructive energy had already been brewing in his mouth. Buddhist Saints 8 characters. Lin. Raw, this attack, which seemed to possess the power to destroy the world, engulfed the bamboo hat man, who was caught off guard. The plaited bamboo hat man's expression changed abruptly, and he gasped. A legendary-level cultivation technique. Su Yu was shocked. He had used this technique before, but it was the first time someone recognized that it was a legendary-level cultivation technique. This person could not be allowed to live. Luckily, he had underestimated his opponent and was unprepared. He was engulfed by the sound wave at close range. Puff, puff, thump, the plaited bamboo hat man's clothes were torn apart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was a mess of flesh and blood. Many of his bones were broken, and his internal organs were destroyed. This strike nearly took away half his life. The plaited bamboo hat man could not believe it. His indifferent expression was replaced by shock. How old are you? You can actually comprehend a legendary-level cultivation technique. Impossible. It is impossible, no matter how talented you are. Are you human? Suyu had a cold smile, and his gaze landed on the right hand behind the plaited bamboo hat man's back. You are asking all sorts of questions. Are you trying to buy time to recover from your injuries? The plaited bamboo hat man's body turned rigid. His right hand trembled, and a jade bottle rolled down. Inside the bottle was half a bottle of light green medicinal powder, and it emitted a thick scent of plants. Kid, it is not too late to stop now. You have no idea who you are provoking. The plaited bamboo hat man saw that he could not buy time, and he threatened Suyu coldly. Unexpectedly, Suyu had a faint smile on his face. Maybe the force behind you will definitely kill me one day in the future, but I know that if I don't get rid of you as soon as possible, I will die even faster. Whoosh! Suyu's figure was like lightning, and his thunderstar finger was aimed at the plaited bamboo hat man's chest. But at that moment, his legs bounced off the ground, and he was sent flying into the cave. Oh no! Suyu's heart sank. He could not move freely in the cave. If he were to escape, and news spread that Suyu possessed a legendary-level cultivation technique, it would be a disaster. Suyu's expression was a little gloomy, and he was about to chase into the cave. But suddenly, a strange movement could be heard from within the cave. Suyu retreated hurriedly. Just as he was about to leave, a handful of black hair brushed past Suyu's neck, and left a shallow bloodstain on his neck. It was that woman's head. She had actually appeared again. She, who only had half a head left, was glaring at Suyu with hatred. But her attention was quickly attracted by the plaited bamboo hat man who had barged into the cave. A ferocious expression filled her eyes. Creak! The 10-meter-long black hair instantly wrapped around the plaited bamboo hat man. In such a cramped environment, coupled with his injuries, the plaited bamboo hat man did not even have the chance to retaliate, and was wrapped up like a dumpling. Following that, the woman's head opened her mouth, and enjoyed the long-awaited delicacy. As the plaited bamboo hat man writhed violently, his body was being eaten bit by bit. In the end, not even his bones were left. The woman's head was satisfied, and she slowly hid in a corner of the cave. Before she left, she burped, and spat out a hard, indigestible black token. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he grabbed the token with his palm. It was a black token with a ghost's face carved on it, and Great Brahma. Follower Li Lin. Great Brahma? Who was it? What did follower mean? Suyu was confused. It was an unfamiliar word, an unfamiliar name, and an unfamiliar origin. Were there any shocking secrets hidden in the Zhenlong continent? The 9 Saint Masters, Great Brahma, follower, Suyu was deep in thought, but he could not make sense of it. Shaking his head, he kept the token. Suyu leaped to the front of the black ice mountain, and he stared at the frozen martial artist without blinking. The black jade box in his hand was shocking, but what caused Suyu's expression to change was that the eyes of the frozen martial artist had opened. Before this, he was in a state of confinement. But now, his eyes were open. A pair of lifeless black eyes stared at Suyu without blinking. Although his line of sight was wide, Suyu's instincts told him that the other party was staring at him. The strong martial artist who had died 10,000 years ago had been resurrected. Pooh! Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and his flesh was on the verge of collapsing. Blood flowed continuously from his 5 senses. All because he had been stared at by the pair of eyes. Was it just the eyes? The eyes of a strong martial artist who had died 10,000 years ago. Feeling the approach of death, Suyu discovered that his body could not move under the gaze of this pair of eyes. The feeling of being small in front of the sea, in front of the world, and in front of time and space caused his whole body to go numb. I'm going to die. I'm going to die under a pair of eyes for no reason. Buzz, buzz, but at this moment. Chapter 289. Yunyazi appeared, blocking Suyu's vision. Suyu's body relaxed, having escaped death's door. Master, did he really come back to life? Suyu asked in surprise, not caring about his internal injuries. Yunyazi shook his head. No matter how strong a martial artist is, he cannot transcend heaven and earth. How can he go against yin and yang, transcend reincarnation, and come back to life. Then now Suyu could not understand. A person who had been dead for 10,000 years had suddenly opened his eyes. If that was not resurrection, what was it? What you are seeing now is only a remnant of his will. His soul has long been destroyed. Yunyazi's gaze was complicated. Your fight awakened the slumbering will, causing him to change. Just as Yunyazi was explaining, the corpse in the ice mountain slowly withdrew his gaze, looking up at the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the ice mountain shook, then shattered into pieces. The old man's corpse, hugging the jade box, shot up into the sky and disappeared the moment the ice mountain shattered. Master, he ran away. Suyu was shocked. Yunyazi looked in the direction where the corpse had disappeared, sighing. He did not run away, but completed his unfinished wish in life. His undying will drove his 10,000-year-old body to complete what he had not done when he was alive. What was he trying to do? Why did Yunyazi not stop him? Looking around at the empty surroundings, Suyu could not help but feel disappointed. He had gained nothing from this expedition. The black jade box in the old man's arms was clearly a heaven-defying treasure. Unfortunately, he had no fate with it. Suddenly, just as Suyu was feeling disappointed, he saw a small black mirror fall from the spot where the old man had been sealed in ice. Hey, why is there a black mirror? Suyu walked over curiously, squatting down to observe. Unexpectedly, Yunyazi's face was filled with confusion and doubt. What mirror are you talking about? Suyu was stunned. He picked up the mirror and waved it in front of Yunyazi. But in Yunyazi's eyes, Suyu's right hand was empty, grabbing a mass of air. Yunyazi's eyes flashed. His soul energy enveloped Suyu, and a mirror appeared in his palm out of thin air. It was the size of a palm, exquisite and extraordinary. Could this be? At this moment, a jade bottle suddenly fell out of the black mirror. Inside the bottle was a half-melted green pill. The lid was slightly opened, and a shocking intoxicating aura was emitted from the bottle. After taking a small breath, Suyu felt dizzy and drowsy. Close it. If you don't want to sleep forever. Yunyazi waved his sleeves lightly and a cool breeze swept up, dispersing the pill's fragrance. Suyu immediately put the lid back on the bottle. His face was filled with bewilderment. What kind of elixir is this? I almost fainted just from inhaling it. Yunyazi chuckled softly. You should be thankful that the majority of this pill has melted, leaving less than 1/100th of its medicinal power. Otherwise, with your strength, a single sniff of the complete pill would cause you to fall into an eternal slumber. 1% was already so terrifying. Suyu was shocked. This is a pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years, the intoxicating dream pill. After swallowing it, one will fall asleep. It was originally used to tame demonic beasts. I didn't think that you would be able to obtain a remnant of it. In the future, if you meet a demonic beast that you like, you might be able to use it. Intoxicating dream pill? Suyu memorized the name. Immediately after, Suyu turned his attention to the small black mirror, his face filled with suspicion. Just now, the pill bottle had fallen out of the mirror. Could there be a mechanism? But after observing it for a long time, he could not find anything special about the black mirror that could hide such a large jade bottle. Haha, little brat, your luck is not bad. This treasure is not commonly seen in the Zhenlong continent. Yunyazi laughed mockingly. Treasure? Suyu was a little surprised. No matter how he looked at it, he did not think that the black mirror was extraordinary. If it had not appeared in the ice mountain where the old man had lived 10,000 years ago, Suyu might not even have taken a look at it. Shoot your soul energy into the mirror and take a look, Yunyazi said mysteriously. Suyu was confused, but he still did as he was told. To be cautious, Suyu gathered a small amount of soul energy and shot it into the mirror. Something that shocked Suyu happened. Logically speaking, the soul energy should pass through the mirror and shoot somewhere else. But when the soul energy shot into the black mirror, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Moreover, in his mind and consciousness, a pitch-black space appeared. It was about 10 cubic meters in size and could fit a few tables. What was going on? Why was there such a scene in the black mirror? At this moment, Su Yu realized that there was a white jade bottle in the black mirror. The elixir in the bottle had already turned into powder, remaining at the bottom of the jade bottle. At this moment, Yun Yaz's voice appeared in his mind. This is the cosmos mirror that the strong martial artist from 10,000 years ago carried with him. It fell down and you got lucky. Cosmos mirror? What was that? The so-called cosmos mirror is a middle-grade divine artifact. Even 100 of the low-grade divine artifact divine ice rings in your hands cannot compare to one. There is a space within the cosmos mirror that can conveniently store large items. Even immortal realm martial artists do not have the right to own a cosmos bag. For example, the Alliance Masters and Palace Masters that you know do not have the right to own one. In the entire continent, there are probably no more than 10 people who own one. After hearing this, Su Yu's heart thumped. The rumored cosmos mirror? But what is strange is that this mirror actually recognized you as its owner so easily. Yun Yazi clicked his tongue in wonder. Just now, only your naked eye could see it. Even I was blinded by it and could only see its existence using my soul energy. This means that it has already recognized you as its owner. Strange, when did you get its recognition? Su Yu was also at a loss about this. What he did not know was that when he passed through the metal door, his image was left in a black mirror embedded in the door. Su Yu could not contain his excitement. Master, how do I use it? Very simple. Use your soul energy to probe it. All you need to do is think about it. Whether you take out an item or release it, it all depends on a single thought. Filled with anticipation, Su Yu placed the green jade bottle back into the box. At the same time, he took out the white jade bottle. It was magical to be able to store an item with a single thought. Master, what elixir is in this white bottle? Su Yu asked. Yun Yazi glanced at it and said without hesitation, it is the ultimate elixir. It can raise one's cultivation level. How are the effects? Su Yu asked curiously. It is probably on par with the spirit fate elixir that you consumed. After all, it is an elixir that was lost 10,000 years ago. It is different. What? On par with the spirit fate elixir? The spirit fate elixir was a top-notch elixir made by plundering the best treasures of the continent. This so-called ultimate elixir could actually be on par with the spirit fate elixir, but it has already turned into powder. There is not much of the elixir left. However, Su Yu turned a deaf ear to him and poured the powder into his mouth. This scene caused Yun Yaz's lips to twitch violently. The powder entered Su Yu's body. A remnant of energy erupted like a volcano, filling every corner of Su Yu's body. A feeling of comfort that he had not felt in a long time welled up in his heart. At the same time, his cultivation level changed rapidly. He had just stepped into Dragon Realm level 7 lower tier, but an hour later, his cultivation level increased crazily. 4 hours later, Su Yu opened his eyes. A layer of spirit energy was faintly discernible on the surface of his body, infinitely close to the level of initial release. A surging feeling rolled in his chest. Dragon Realm level 7 peak? Su Yu was in disbelief. He had skipped the upper tier and directly reached Dragon Realm level 7 peak. The ultimate elixir was indeed an elixir comparable to the spirit fate elixir. Even the remnant of the powder had such a shocking effect. While he was training, Yun Yazi had unknowingly returned. As for Zongjian, Shui Yarrow, and Qing Feng, they had regained consciousness from their heavy injuries. The three of them were pale, their energy weak. They were trying their best to regulate their breathing and recover from their injuries. Seeing Su Yu wake up from his meditation and break through to Dragon Realm level 7 peak, the three of them could not help but be surprised and jealous. Zongjian's expression turned grave. Yin Yu, what happened just now? Where is the plaited bamboo hat man? His questioning tone was overflowing with his words. Su Yu stood up absent-mindedly, brushing off the dust on his chest, calmly saying, a mysterious strong martial artist appeared and chased him away. Mysterious strong martial artist? Zongjian was skeptical, but when he looked around and saw that there was no sign of the plaited bamboo hat man, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had just narrowly escaped death's door. Then let me ask you, what happened to your cultivation level? What treasures did you obtain during the time we were not around? Zong Jian's eyes were filled with coldness. Su Yu looked askance at him, calmly saying, "Don't you think that you should seize the time to heal your injuries? You still have the time to care about treasures." Unexpectedly, the more vague Su Yu was, the more nervous Zong Jian became. "I am asking you a question. What treasures did you obtain? Where did the frozen corpse go? Did you obtain the treasures on his body?" Zong Jian wiped off the dried blood at the corners of his mouth, walking forward, his eyes cold as he questioned. Looking at his stance, if Su Yu did not explain himself, he would not let the matter rest. Su Yu calmly said, "The corpse has already flown away, and the jade box has also been taken away." Zong Jian scolded furiously, "Insolent! The corpse flew away. Why don't you say that it came back to life? Humph! Yin Yu, you wish to keep the treasures for yourself." Zong Jian's eyes were even colder. Su Yu turned his head, calmly looking at him, "Putting aside the fact that I did not obtain the jade box, even if I did, why should I share it with you? From the beginning to the end, you did not do anything. You even ordered me to explore, nearly dying at the hands of the evil corpse. In the end, I have to share the treasures with you. Putting aside the fact that I did not obtain it, even if I did, do you have the right to share it with me?" Along the way, Su Yu had put up with it. Now that the relic had been discovered, there was no need for him to put up with it. Such harsh words caused Zong Jian to freeze. Previously, when he had made things difficult for Su Yu had been like a grandson, defying the natural order. Now that Su Yu had spoken so forcefully, he was caught off guard. Very quickly, he regained his senses, his expression turning sinister. "Yin Yu, could it be that you think I am insolent because I am severely injured?" Su Yu secretly shook his head. He could not be bothered with him, walking straight toward the cave, preparing to leave. But just as he turned, a gust of wind came from behind him. Zong Jian's facial features creased, his expression ferocious. "You reckless fool. Even if I am severely injured, I am not someone you can provoke." Su Yu creased his brows, his figure flashing as he dodged. Rumble, bang. Chapter 290. What exactly do you want? Su Yu's patience had run out, and he asked coldly. Zong Jian sneered and turned his head. "Of course we have to hand over the treasures." Su Yu said coldly, "How many times do you want me to repeat myself?" The corpse took the jade box away. However, these words obviously did not satisfy Zong Jian. "Humph! Are you going to take him away just because you say so? Since you are unwilling to hand it over, I have no choice but to look for it myself." Zong Jian's eyes flashed. His figure charged forward like lightning, grabbing toward Su Yu with his palm. "I'll search your body myself to find out whether you're lying or not." "Body search?" Su Yu's face darkened. "Do you really think that I am afraid of you?" It was one thing for him to rudely interfere with the grudges between him, Shui Yarrow, and Feng Qing. It was another thing for him to come here and excavate the ruins on his own. It was one thing to order Su Yu to be the vanguard and become a stepping stone. Now, they actually wanted to search him by force. He really thought that Su Yu was a dog that would listen to his every word. "Humph! I've said it before. Even if I'm heavily injured, I'm not someone that trash like you can fight against." Zong Jian's claw struck out, and in an instant, he was within one zhong of him. Right at that moment, Su Yu finally took action. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he attacked. "Divine will. Tribulation of ice and thunder." Su Yu shouted in a low voice, and a mass of dark clouds condensed in the sky. A bone-chilling purple lightning dragon descended from the sky and suppressed Zong Jian with a rumble. Zong Jian sneered disdainfully, "Insignificant trick. You might be able to deal with the blood demons, but you are far from being able to deal with me." Song of the Sword Burial. Break. Zong Jian's fingers were like a sword, as he raised his finger and fiercely pointed towards the sky. Crack, the purple lightning dragon was destroyed. However, Zong Jian himself also grunted. It was obvious that he was injured. "Humph! I've said it before. Insignificant tricks can't do anything to me." Zong Jian endured his injuries. At this moment, he was heavily injured. He believed that if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of this attack. "Is that so?" Su Yu replied calmly, space distortion. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared around Zong Jian's right leg. Layers of rotating spatial energy suddenly appeared and sucked Zong Jian's right leg into it. The rotation of the power of space brought with it a twisting force, forcibly breaking his right leg. Crack! Zong Jian's ferocious expression suddenly stiffened. Then, it turned pale, and finally, it condensed into an expression of pain. He let out a blood-curdling screech like a pig being slaughtered. Looking back, the bones in his right leg had been fractured explosively, and bone spurs had pierced through his flesh. The scene was a bloody mess of flesh and blood. Zong Jian was in so much pain that his facial features were contorted. He panted heavily, and his forehead was covered in sweat the size of beans. His expression was extremely pale. Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing, who were at the side, felt their scalps go numb. What a strange space god art. If the spatial vortex had lasted a little longer, his right leg wouldn't have been as simple as a fracture. It would have been completely broken. Furthermore, if Su Yu had the intention to kill, what he had twisted was Zong Jian's head. Then now, when the two of them recalled the scene of them opposing Su Yu, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, they were all 10 great deputy palace masters, so Su Yu did not kill them all. Otherwise, the two of them would have already become corpses. Su Yu shook his head slightly. Your abilities don't seem to be that great. I don't understand why you keep shouting in front of me. Where do you get your confidence from? These words caused Zong Jian to be unable to refute at all. His face was burning hot. But in his heart, he could not accept it. He believed that if he was not heavily injured and had his guard up, he would have been able to avoid that attack. Looks like you need to be like Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing, staying at the Inu Manor to receive education. When you change your bad habit of being arrogant, that is when you can return to your Zongjian area. Zong Jian's expression turned serious. What? How can I do that? Hey, what's wrong with that? You barged into my territory and pointed fingers at me. Do you think that I should just let this matter rest? Zong Jian was furious and ashamed. Yin Yu, don't go overboard. My illustrious reputation might be destroyed in an instant. Unexpectedly, Su Yu snorted. What does your brilliance have to do with me? Zong Jian bit his teeth. We are all 10 great deputy palace masters, and we see each other all the time. Aren't you afraid of harming the harmony between us by doing this? Su Yu laughed. Harmony? When you decided to search for the historical remains in my territory, did you think about the harmony between us? When you said that you were giving me charity and ordered me to cooperate with you, did you think about the harmony between us? When you asked me to be a pathfinder to detect the dangers in the underground cave, did you think about the harmony between us? When you refused to listen to my explanation and wanted to forcefully search my body, did you think about the harmony between us? Now, you finally remember that there is still harmony between us. The continuous questioning caused Zong Jian to clench his teeth, but he did not retort. After a long time, he said, you had better reconsider. Once my injuries recover and I regain my abilities, you alone will not be able to hold me back. Su Yu calmly said, whether or not I can hold you back is none of your concern. Now, shut up and follow me. Zong Jian secretly clenched his fists, his eyes glaring at Su Yu's back. He clenched his teeth in hatred. The day I recover my abilities is the day you get your retribution. Just like that, the 4 of them left the historical remains. Before leaving, Su Yu punched the cave to prevent the evil corpses from coming out and harming the innocent. Leaving the ghost town, the Fengqing guards were guarding a carriage. The 3 of them were heavily injured and it was inconvenient for them to fly, so they could only ride the carriage. Zong Jian did not stand on ceremony. He took the lead and boarded the carriage, not caring about Su Yu and the other 2 people. Who allowed you to go first? Your arrogant nature has not changed in the slightest. Su Yu stood on the spot with his hands clasped behind his back and shouted coldly. Zong Jian, who had already boarded the carriage, froze. The muscles on his cheeks twitched, showing the anger in his heart. After being at a stalemate for some time, Zong Jian lowered his head and got off the carriage with a gloomy expression. He opened up a path and waited at the side, allowing Su Yu to go first. If you want to go first, go ahead. However, what made Zong Jian furious was that Su Yu still stood at his original position with his hands clasped behind his back. He had no intention of moving at all. I'm sorry, I do not intend to sit in the carriage. You've gone too far. Zong Jian was about to explode from anger. Su Yu was clearly humiliating him on purpose. Since they weren't willing to sit in the carriage, why did they force him to get off the carriage when he was already in it? Filled with grief and indignation, Zong Jian wanted to climb into the carriage again. However, Su Yu's cold rebuke came from behind him. Are you deaf? Who allowed you to get in the car? Zong Jian could not take it anymore. He turned his head and said angrily, Enough. Everything has a limit. If you aren't willing to sit in the carriage, why can't we, who are injured, sit in it? Su Yu stood at his original position and said profoundly, I am not allowing you to get into the carriage because I am saving your life. Am I right? Who is hiding under the carriage? Su Yu's tone changed abruptly, saying with a smile that was yet not a smile. What? There was someone under the carriage? Zong Jian shuddered, immediately rolling away. Just as he was about to leave, a cold sword light flashed past the spot where he was standing. If he had hesitated for a moment longer, his legs would have been chopped off in mid-air. What a fast sword! What a powerful concealment technique! Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing's pupils dilated. They actually did not notice the existence of this person. Whoosh! A black shadow rolled out from under the carriage. He was wearing black clothes, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. He stared at Su Yu coldly. Pretty good senses. Zong Jian was about to shout angrily, but his gaze swept past the cultivation base of the other party and he gasped at once. Immortal Realm Level 2 upper tier. Even at his peak, Zong Jian knew that he would not last more than 5 moves against a strong martial artist of that level. Furthermore, he was heavily injured and had lost 90% of his battle abilities. Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing also had serious expressions. In front of such a strong martial artist, the possibility of the 4 of them being completely wiped out was extremely high. Su Yu calmly said, After hiding for so long, you finally could not resist showing yourself. You have been waiting here since we arrived, right? Let me guess your motive. Could it be that you want us to help you explore and obtain protection, then you will rob us and obtain the treasures of the relic without any effort? This person was the figure that Su Yu had observed with his crystalline pupils before he arrived, the figure that disappeared in a flash. The black-clothed man laughed coldly. So, you had already noticed my existence. This is a miscalculation on my part. But, with the abilities of your defeated soldiers, so what if you have noticed me? You will only die a little slower. Su Yu's expression was calm, not the slightest bit anxious. It is still uncertain who will die. Su Yu calmly laughed. The black-clothed man pointed at Zong Jian and sneered, just based on this heavily injured cripple? They can't even take care of themselves, how can they save you? Won't you know if you try? Su Yu had a faint smile. Seeing that a great battle was about to erupt, Zong Jian's throat turned dry, his face pale. Of all the times, he had to face a fatal attack when he was heavily injured. Clenching his teeth, Zong Jian said seriously, Brother, if you are here for wealth, I think this matter has nothing to do with the 3 of us. We did not obtain any treasures in the relic. If not, we would not be so heavily injured. The black-clothed man laughed evilly. So? Zong Jian carefully looked at Su Yu, saying in a low voice, So, if you want to find trouble, look for him. If there are treasures, they must be with him. Also, Zong Jian said, My injuries were caused by him. He is proficient in space techniques and is unpredictable. So, you had better deal with him with all your might. If you dare to be distracted, I think you will regret it for life. Not only did he shift the blame to Su Yu, he had even exposed Su Yu's abilities to the enemy. His motive was to create an opportunity for himself to escape. Even Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing felt that Zong Jian's actions were inappropriate. No matter what, Su Yu was a deputy palace master and belonged to their side. By exposing Su Yu's abilities like that, wouldn't they be putting Su Yu to death? Once the palace master found out, they would not have a good time. Su Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This Zong Jian. He was usually arrogant, but at a critical moment, he did not hesitate to sacrifice others to obtain hope for himself. How could such a person be worthy of being a deputy palace master? For your own safety, I advise you to focus on dealing with him. Zong Jian let out a cold smile, slowly retreating. But the black-clothed man's eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. Thank you for your reminder. I will focus on dealing with him. But all of you, hey, I have also arranged for people to focus on dealing with all of you. All of you, come out. Whoosh 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 in the silent city, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from various secret places. One by one, black-clothed figures flew over. Their abilities were at least of immortal level 1. A total of 9 people arrived abruptly and surrounded Su Yu and the rest of the people. Su Yu's pupils dilated. Chapter 291. Zong Jian's expression froze and his throat turned dry. He tried to shift the blame to someone else, but he didn't expect that the other party actually had a hidden expert. Zong Jian violently swallowed a mouthful of saliva and shouted coldly, "Insolent thief! The 4 of us are the vice palace masters of the empire. Have you considered the consequences of killing us?" In order to save his life, Zong Jian had no choice but to reveal his identity. Unexpectedly, the black-clothed man said in an unfathomable manner, "The one I'm going to kill is your dynasty's deputy palace master." Su Yu slightly narrowed his eyes. It was hard to believe that they dared to kill a vice palace master in the Empire of Darkness. They were just ordinary robbers. Knowing that his death was near, Zong Jian's eyes were filled with hatred. "Yin Yu, you deserve to die. If you didn't injure me, I would still be able to fight. Why did it have to be like this? You harmed me, harmed Shui Yaro and Feng Qing. You are the sinner of the Empire of Darkness." Hearing this, Su Yu's disgust deepened. The power to fight. Just now, who was it that shifted the blame and didn't hesitate to expose their companion's identity in order to fight for an opportunity to escape? "I really don't think that you will fight to the death for Blood Demon and Feng Qing." Su Yu did not hide his disdain. "Moreover, the person who wants to kill you is an enemy. But you don't hate the enemy, but hate me. It's the biggest joke in the world. When you're in danger, your first thought isn't to rise up and kill the enemy. It's not to fight to the death. It's not to unite against a common enemy. Instead, it's to resent your companions. You are a coward." Zong Jian's face flushed red from being rebutted. He argued and shouted, I'm just stating the fact. If I wasn't injured." However, Su Yu interrupted him coldly. "You are indeed stating the truth that you are a coward. Whether you are injured or not, you are a coward. The people of the Empire of Darkness do not need a coward to save us. Yin Yu, alone am enough." His sonorous words were loud and clear, causing Zong Jian to be unable to argue back. He could only hate Su Yu even more in his heart. If he was not injured, what was Su Yu? The corners of the black-clothed man's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "You're facing a great enemy, yet you're starting to have internal strife. The deputy palace master of the Empire of Darkness doesn't live up to his name." Faint mockery overflowed from his words. Su Yu stood there calmly and leisurely. "Do you have anything else to say? For example, who are you, where did you come from, and who ordered you to do this?" Although his expression was calm, he had an awe-inspiring aura that was as immovable as a mountain. The black-clothed man's eyes flickered with ridicule. "It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. I really have no idea how such an arrogant person managed to become a vice hall master." Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back and slowly put them down. Instead of replying, he said, "It seems like you have nothing else to say. Since that is the case, I will send you on your way." Kylar, dark clouds rolled in the sky and lightning arcs splashed everywhere. "Divine will. Tribulation of ice and thunder." Su Yu bellowed, and a purple thunder dragon descended from the sky. The man in black was slightly surprised. "Divine decree? Or a divine-grade divine decree? You're only 16 years old, what a surprise." He could actually recognize the divine decree. The divine decree required an extremely strong comprehension ability and many years of comprehension to succeed. Most martial artists' divine intents would remain stagnant at the sacred grade level. Only a small number of them could comprehend demigod grade or even divine grade. However, all of them were legendary figures who had cultivated for 100 years. How old was Su Yu? He was only 16 years old. How could he know that Su Yu had spent at least 100 years comprehending the divine decree under the condition that time was sped up 200 times? However, the man in black shook his head. It's a pity that the divine decree is useless and has limited power. That was indeed the case. In the beginning, it could still be of some help. However, when a martial artist cultivated to the later stages, the power of the divine decree could not keep up with the speed of cultivation. As such, not many martial artists would focus on the divine decree. This was something that the martial artists of the Zhenlong continent could not comprehend. The amount of time used to comprehend the divine decree was not proportional to the power gained. The amount of time used to comprehend the divine decree was more than 10 times more than the amount of time used to comprehend a technique. This was also why very few people focused on the path of the divine decree. Raising his hand, the man in black slammed his palm toward the sky. A bolt of penetrating spirit energy transformed into a long spear, shooting toward the sky and piercing through the purple dragon. Creak. Under the powerful spirit energy, the purple dragon disappeared on the spot. Casually dispelling the divine decree attack, the man in black stood proudly and commented with disappointment, "Your comprehension ability is strong, but it's a pity that you're using it in the wrong direction. I already have an understanding of your abilities. You're only SOSO. Use your space divine ability. I really want to see what you can do to me in a situation where I'm on guard." The black-robed man was calm and composed. Su Yu had a faint smile. "You want to see my space ability? I've already used it. Didn't you notice?" The man in black's expression turned rigid. He lifted his head abruptly and his pupils shrank. At this moment, he realized that there were no lightning arcs left in the sky. The purple dragon had indeed disappeared. However, it had not been destroyed by his finger. Instead, it had disappeared into thin air. Otherwise, there would have been weak lightning arcs left in the sky. Not good. Retreat quickly. His divine decree attack has not been unleashed. However, it was too late. Rumble. A ripple of space suddenly appeared around the 9 men in black. Following which, a lightning dragon shot out from the space. Crack. The 9 immortal realm level 1 men in black were unable to react in time. The purple lightning dragon pierced through their bodies. Their bodies had all turned into ice. From their flesh to their organs, they were all frozen. Their lives were extinguished in an instant. With a single strike, he had killed 9 immortal realm level 1 fighters. Combined with his space teleportation ability, it was mysterious and unpredictable, killing people without a trace. The sudden death of 9 fighters caused Zongjian and the rest of the men to gasp. Its power was not absolute, but combined with his space ability, it was amazing. A remnant of the purple thunder arc floated behind Su Yu's back, making his half-smiling face look unfathomable. The eyes of the man in black were filled with fury. Even though he was on guard, 9 of his subordinates were still killed. "You. As expected, I cannot let you live." The man in black was filled with killing intent. Even though he had lost 9 subordinates, with his abilities, Su Yu and the other 2 were still no match for him. Dragon slaying technique. The man in black let out a furious roar, taking out a black long knife from his back. The blade was cold, giving off a threatening glow. He held the knife with both hands, holding it in front of his chest. However, it gave off a huge pressure. A powerful aura surrounded his body. In that instant, it was as if he had become a long knife. Zongjian's pupils dilated, losing his voice in shock. Stage 1 peak of an immortal level technique. Su Yu's expression was grave. This was the first time he had met an immortal realm fighter who had cultivated an immortal level technique to stage 1 peak. Even though this person's cultivation level was not as high as Hai Kuangren's, his technique was shocking. Immortal level techniques were harder to cultivate at the later stages, and their power also increased. The difference between stage 1 peak and upper class was like the difference between heaven and earth. With an explosive power, his abilities were even stronger than an immortal realm level 2 peak, close to an immortal realm level 3. Under the dragon slaying technique, only death awaits. Destroy. The man in black slashed down with his long knife. A dragon-like shadow of a knife pierced through the air, slicing toward them. Zong Jian and the other two, who were far away, felt like they were candles flickering in the wind, about to be turned into dust by the shadow of the knife. It was a terrifying sword move that surpassed all others. Su Yu's eyes were filled with seriousness. This knife posed a fatal threat to him. At this critical moment, Su Yu could no longer hold back. Buddhist Saints 8 characters. Lin. At that moment, a majestic power descended upon Su Yu's body. The destructive energy gathered in Su Yu's mouth. As he opened his mouth, the destructive sound wave shot into the sky. Clang, the shapeless sound wave clashed with the dragon-shaped shadow of the knife in the air. One of them was an immortal level technique of Stage 1 peak. The other was a rudimentary level technique of a legendary level. Its power was extremely strong, and they were evenly matched. The man in black turned pale with shock. What technique is this? How is this possible? What caused him to be even more shocked was that the sound wave and the shadow of the knife were locked in a stalemate in the air. The two destructive energies rebounded at the same time. The shadow of the knife swept in the opposite direction, slicing toward the man in black. The sound wave charged toward Su Yu amidst the vibrations. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound reverberated for 10,000 miles, and the two destructive energies were sent flying. Pooh, two figures were caught off guard, spitting out blood as they were sent flying, crashing into the stone wall. Su Yu crashed into the stone wall behind him cracking like a spider web. The intense impact had caused his energy channels to break, and his internal injuries were severe. The man in black was not much better off. His bones had been broken by his own shadow of the knife, and his body was limp on the ground. The two of them were actually in a situation where both of them were injured. Buddhist Saints 8 characters was, after all, only at the rudimentary level, and its power was limited. Zong Jian, Shui Yaro and Feng Qing were shocked. This exchange had surpassed Immortal Realm Level 2, and was close to Immortal Realm Level 3. Zong Jian's heart was thumping, and he looked at Su Yu in shock. He had thought that if he was at his peak, killing Su Yu would be as easy as killing a dog. But after witnessing this technique, he finally understood how well Su Yu had hidden his abilities. Even 10 of him might not be Su Yu's match, much less if he was at his peak. To think that he had thought of seeking revenge on Su Yu after his injuries had recovered. At this moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. If he had not known what was good for him, the outcome would have been. The three of them were shocked for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief. With both sides injured, the man in black had lost the ability to fight, and his threat was non-existent. In fact, the three of them could easily finish off the man in black, who was so severely injured that he could not move. The black-robed man looked anxious. He rolled his eyes and shouted, "You three, I'll give you a chance to live. Kill him and I'll let bygones be bygones." In this situation, he had no other choice. Kill Yin Yu. Shui Yaro and Feng Qing looked at each other. A struggling expression appeared in their eyes. However, after a short while, they shook their heads slightly. Although there was hatred between them and Yin Yu, it had not reached the point of killing each other. A few days ago, they had caused a great commotion at Su Yu's ceremony. In the end, Su Yu did not kill them. This was the best proof. Zong Jian also scoffed. What a joke. You still want to sow discord before your death. His death was not to be regretted. Let's attack together and end him. Out of caution, the three of them attacked together. Even though they were both heavily injured, their injuries were much lighter than the black-clothed man and Su Yu's. It was more than enough to kill him. Shui Yaro and Feng Qing were the first to attack. Each of them sent a palm strike towards the black-clothed man's chest. Zong Jian followed up with 2 palm strikes, completely killing him. However, just as Shui Yaro and Feng Qing were about to kill each other, their backs suddenly suffered a palm strike. Puff! 2 palms each pierced through their abdomens, leaving behind a hideous bloody hole. The two of them turned their heads to look, in disbelief. Palace Master Zong Jian. The person who attacked was Zong Jian, who had a ferocious smile on his face. Both of his hands were dripping with the blood of the two people. His cold expression was filled with a dense, cold smile. Shui Yarrow regained his senses, clutching his wound, saying furiously, You're crazy. Chapter 292. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Zong Jian laughed heartily, his laughter wild and arrogant. My chance has finally come. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, other than me, all of you are heavily injured and on the verge of death. The treasure belongs to me alone. Zong Jian laughed maniacally. He did not believe that the treasure in the relic had disappeared. The only explanation was that Su Yu had taken it. Su Yu was heavily injured, the best time to snatch the treasure. Feng Qing's expression was ugly. Zong Jian, you want to kill us? He had launched a sneak attack on the two of them and snatched their treasures. If Palace Master Ling were to hear of such a crime, Zong Jian would definitely die. Hihi, since you know, why ask? Zong Jian sneered, seeing that we are both vice palace masters, I will let you die easily. Zong Jian's gaze flashed as he looked at the black-clothed man, laughing coldly, consider yourself lucky. I will spare your worthless life. Scram immediately. This action caused Shui Yarrow to be furious. There was only one reason for letting the black-clothed man go, a scapegoat. The death of the three vice palace masters would definitely alarm the Empire of Darkness. They needed an explanation for this. The best explanation now was for the mysterious black-clothed man to kill the three and escape with heavy injuries, while Zong Jian fought back and survive. As for whether the black-clothed man would expose Zong Jian in the future. If the black-clothed man killed the vice palace masters of the Empire of Darkness, how would he dare expose Zong Jian and risk being hunted by the entire Empire of Darkness? Even though it looked like a risky move, in reality, there were no repercussions. The black-clothed man froze, then realized. He looked at Su Yu with a mocking gaze. How pitiful. You have shocking abilities, but you died in the hands of a lowly person. What a pity. If not for you, someone like him would have died in the hands of my subordinates. What is laughable is that the one who dealt you the fatal blow was not me, but the companions you save. I feel bad for you. Ha ha ha. Su Yu had saved him twice. Once, when the black-clothed man hid under the carriage and almost killed Zong Jian, who did not know what was going on. It was Su Yu who warned him, allowing him to avoid the attack. After which, 9 immortal realm fighters surrounded them, and it was Su Yu who resolved the crisis. Now, Su Yu had fought with the enemy, and both sides had suffered heavy injuries. However, what he got was not gratitude, but resentment. With a long laugh, the black-clothed man stood up shakily, looked at Su Yu with pity, laughed loudly, turned around and left. The situation took a turn for the worse, and the black-clothed man managed to escape. Su Yu's face was filled with murderous intent. Zong. Sword. Initially, I had the chance to kill you, but in consideration of Hall Master Ling's kindness, I couldn't bear to kill the Vice Hall Master that he chose. Thus, I only injured your leg. I could have pushed the boat with the current and allowed the black-clothed man to give you a fatal blow under the carriage. Since we've settled our grudges, I'm reminding you to get off the carriage. I could have watched coldly from the sidelines and let the black-robed man's companions kill you. Considering that we are both Vice Hall Masters, I will save your life. I have been extremely benevolent to you. Why are you being so ungrateful? Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing's faces were filled with anger. Zong Jian was not only ungrateful, he was utterly devoid of conscience. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Zong Jian let out a cold laugh. I merely spoke harshly, and you broke my right leg, causing me to almost be surrounded and killed by the black-clothed man. Now, you still have the cheek to say that I am indebted to you. For a person like you who talks big, I, Zong Jian, am helping the Empire of Darkness by killing you. Who knows if you will harm your colleagues in the future? His words caused Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing, who were watching from the side, to laugh in anger. Zong Jian, do you have any shame? Did you only speak harshly to Inu? If not for him hiding his abilities, he would have been forced to death by you in the historical remains. All the grudges between us, he only paid the price of injuring your leg. Just now, 9 immortal realm fighters attacked you. If not for Su Yu, you would have been dismembered. Would you still be alive now? Have you eaten all this kindness, you heartless and unscrupulous person? You said that Su Yu harmed colleagues and wanted to clean up the Empire of Darkness. Then, let me ask you. Now, who is the one who wants to kill us for the treasure? Is it Su Yu, or is it you? There was a rift between the two of them and Su Yu. But at this very moment, out of anger, they felt injustice for Su Yu. Zong Jian let out a cold laugh. Nonsense. I think that the two of you are being controlled by Inu, your mind's unclear. For the Empire of Darkness, I need to get rid of you two pest. They were clearly killing for the treasure, but they claimed to be getting rid of the Empire of Darkness. The despicableness of a person was breathtaking. All right. It is time to send you 3 pests of the Empire of Darkness on your way. Zong Jian let out a cold grunt, throwing aside Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing, charging toward Su Yu first. Among the 3 of them, Su Yu was the real threat. To get rid of this threat, he had to kill Su Yu first. His body was heavily injured, his spirit energy chaotic, his body unable to move. He could only watch as Zong Jian charged toward him. Rumble, Zong Jian attacked, his face filled with murderous intent. With Su Yu dead, he would be able to avenge his humiliation, and he would also obtain the treasures of the historical remains. That palm was filled with the intent to kill. Whoosh! Su Yu bit his teeth, his eyes shooting out 2 bolts of black light. The soul attack headed straight for Zong Jian's brain. However, he only let out a muffled groan and did not suffer any substantial injuries. With disdain on his face, Zong Jian said disdainfully, "Insignificant trick." Previously, when his leg was broken by Su Yu, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Now, he took advantage of Su Yu's severe injuries to call him a petty trick. Shaking his head, Zong Jian charged at Su Yu quickly. His palm was only 3 feet away from Su Yu. Seal of time. Su Yu bellowed. An invisible purple dragon froze Zong Jian in place for a breath of time. After regaining his freedom, Zong Jian laughed coldly and shook his head. It's just a trick to prolong your feeble existence. Die. This palm was only 2 feet away from Su Yu. The biting cold wind from the palm stung Su Yu's face. Time control. Su Yu growled in a low voice. With his blood boiling, his speed increased by 3 times. At the critical moment, he took a few steps back. However, death still descended. Finally, there was only 1 foot left. As for Su Yu, he used all his techniques. No one in this world could save him. Zong Jian revealed a look of disappointment. Are you going to use all your moves? Hihi, you're just SOSO. You can go on your way in peace. Boom. The last foot was quickly closed. However, Su Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you really think that you have one? Hey! Zong Jian's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition, causing his heart to beat wildly. At this moment, Zong Jian felt the world around him spin. He felt faint. His legs turned to jelly, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. His vision turned black. What? What is going on? Zong Jian was shocked, but his eyes were blurry. He looked like he was drunk. What did you do? A jade bottle rolled out from Su Yu's sleeves. It contained a green elixir that was half melted. At this moment, the bottle cap opened silently. The elixir dispersed into the air. Holding his breath and concentrating, Su Yu carefully closed the bottle cap and stuffed it into the cosmos mirror in his robes. Intoxicating dream elixir. An ancient elixir. It emitted a fragrance that could cause demonic beasts to fall into a deep sleep. Taking a breath of the complete elixir was enough to cause a martial artist of Su Yu's cultivation level to fall into a deep sleep until he died. Secretly releasing a shred of it was enough to cause Zong Jian to fall into a deep sleep. He had not hoped to kill Zong Jian when he used his full power. His true trump card was the intoxicating dream elixir. All his moves were to buy time for the intoxicating dream elixir's fragrance to take effect. No. I don't want to fall asleep. Zong Jian was shocked, shaking his head to wake himself up. He knew all too well what it meant to fall asleep. It meant that he had lost everything. However, under the effects of the elixir, he could not resist it. His body turned to jelly, falling to the ground and fainting on the spot. Su Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He seized the time, closing his eyes to recuperate. Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing were overjoyed. They also seized the time to recuperate. 6 hours later. Zong Jian slowly woke up. He had just woken up when he sat up. Without a word, he slammed his palms on the ground and shot up into the sky. Slap, however, at the moment he shot up, a palm descended from the sky, slapping him down. Raising his head to look, he saw Su Yu, Shui Yarrow, and Feng Qing standing in the sky. Their injuries were serious, but they were not much of a hindrance. They could use some of their abilities. With Su Yu in the lead, the three of them looked down from above, coldly staring at Zong Jian. Their gazes were as if they were looking at a dead person. "Are you awake? Why don't you sleep for a while more?" Su Yu calmly said. His calm words contained an icy cold murderous intent. This slumber would be one that he would never wake up from. Zong Jian's expression was ghastly white. The situation was hopeless. "Wait." Zong Jian's gaze turned. "You cannot kill me. Do you know that the death of a deputy palace master would alarm the headquarters of the empire, sending a special envoy to investigate? When that time comes, you will have to bear the consequences." Unexpectedly, Su Yu sneered. "You killed the three of us, yet you are not worried about the so-called special envoy. Furthermore, do you think the three of us will kill you? Senior Zong Jian does not need to worry about this matter. You can sleep peacefully." Rumble. Su Yu's fingertip glowed with purple lightning, tapping the space between Zong Jian's eyebrows. He did not even have the chance to let out a pathetic cry before he was blasted into minced meat, not even leaving a corpse. Retracting his hand, Su Yu looked toward the sky with his hands behind his back. His gaze was deep. "If the headquarters sends a special envoy to investigate, how will the two of you reply?" Shui Yarrow's body trembled. Looking at Su Yu's back, he felt his limbs turn cold. Su Yu wanted to silence them. Of course we will send ourselves to the jaws of the demonic corpses." A light flashed in Shui Yarrow's mind. Feng Qing's body trembled slightly. "Yes. We will send ourselves to the jaws of the demonic corpses." Unexpectedly, Su Yu's voice turned cold. "That means we have discovered the relic?" "No. We do not know about the relic. We are here to investigate the beast tide and were surrounded by mysterious fighters. In order to save us, Senior Zong Jian died on the spot." Shui Yarrow hurriedly changed his words. Feng Qing also realized the problem. "Yes. It was the mysterious fighters. We have never seen the relic before." They also understood that it was best not to let the headquarters know about the relic. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Su Yu's tone became gentler, nodding his head lightly. "Ian, it is good that you know how to reply. Both of you are also responsible for Zong Jian's death." Shui Yarrow was filled with respect, feeling gratitude from the bottom of his heart. He sighed. "If not for you, my life would be over. For both you and me, I, Shui Yarrow, will forget what happened today." After being silent for some time, Shui Yarrow had an apologetic expression, lowering his head sincerely. "I was rude and unreasonable during the ceremony. If I have offended you in any way, I hope that Palace Master Yin you can forgive me." Feng Qing's face turned red, saying embarrassedly, "This matter started because of me. If Palace Master Yin you wants to punish me, I will accept it." Hearing the apologies of the two, Su Yu turned his head and smiled. "Let's forget about the matter between us. We will help each other in the future. Now, go back and recuperate. The real trouble is yet to come." Su Yu's eyes were filled with worry. Li Tianqiang's death was a hidden danger. According to Ling Xiaotian, Li Tianqiang had a close relationship with a lord in the headquarters of the empire. Chapter 293. The Empire of Darkness had 7 lords. Every one of them was a legendary figure. Any one of them had the ability to destroy a superpower. The North Continent's Empire of Darkness might not even be able to defend against a single lord. Worried, Su Yu began his journey back. A few days later, Su Yu returned to the Inu Manor. The manor was as calm as ever, but Su Yu could sense that the citizens of Inu City were looking at the manor with respect. In the battle of the ceremony, Su Yu had killed everyone. Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing, the 2 vice palace masters, had been suppressed by Su Yu. That incomparably powerful figure caused one's mind to sway and be unable to forget it forever. Su Yu walked to the backyard. Zi Yunxiang was sitting quietly in the pavilion, focused on reading documents. Her figure was beautiful, surrounded by hundreds of flowers. She was like a flower fairy, to be looked at from afar, but not to be defiled. Yunxiang. Su Yu walked forward. Ah! Zi Yunxiang was shocked, her body trembling. She only calmed down when she realized what had happened. Are you trying to scare me to death? Zi Yunxiang chided, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. It's good that you returned safely. Did Palace Master Zongjian make things difficult for you? Feeling her concern, Su Yu smiled. He won't come back. As intelligent as Zi Yunxiang was, she immediately understood. Her beautiful face was gradually covered in a solemn expression as she said in a serious voice, I once heard from my father that the Deputy Palace Master is a target that the Empire focuses on nurturing. If any of them dies, the headquarters will investigate. Did you leave any traces behind? Shaking his head slightly, Su Yu said, different situations call for different actions. I have no regrets in killing him. All right, let's not talk about this. I will not be around for 2 days. Is there something important that I need to deal with? Zi Yunxiang nodded. There is something that you need to deal with personally. The Blackwater pirates are causing trouble, their movements frequent. There are movements in all 18 cities, you need to take precautions. Blackwater pirates. Su Yu was deep in thought. They were active at the border between the Nameless area and the Shenkong area, wreaking havoc. Over the years, they had tried to encircle them, but they had returned empty-handed. Now that Su Yu was in charge of the Inu area, he naturally had to get rid of the threat and restore peace to the Inu area. Yen, inform the 18 cities to strengthen the patrols. Once my injuries recover, we will attack the Blackwater pirate. Su Yu was not angry. Zi Yunxiang stared at Su Yu's handsome face, her lips pursed, her heart filled with emotions. When they first met, Su Yu was a nobody from the wild lands of the seas. In just a few months, he had become one of the Empire's vice palace masters. The difference between then and now was shocking. Suddenly, Zi Yunxiang recalled her father's decision to betroth her to Su Yu. At that time, she did not understand her father's intentions. It was too hasty to betroth his only daughter to someone he had just met, even if that person was recommended by Senior Lin Yunhe. But now, it seemed like his father's foresight was really sharp. Perhaps he had already realized that Su Yu was not an ordinary person. Su of Master of the Lord of a View of the Lords. Thinking of this, Zi Yunxiangshua's cheeks turned red and she inwardly said, ridiculous, he already has a fiancé. This idea is really dirty. Zi Yu was to you. Zi of Zi Yun, Zi Yu was. Zi Yun of Yu had Zi. Of the King of Empire Yu as the cities of the Yu the Sulands was the rich. The Empire Yu was. Cities Yu Lord Yu. The resources of the 18 cities of the Yu dynasty were plentiful. If it had been in the past, Zi Yunxiang would not have been envious. But now, she had no cultivation resources to use. Su Yu nodded. Take 30% to cultivate. Give the other 10% to the housekeeper, Elder Fan, as a reward for those who have performed well in the manor. Hearing this, Zi Yunxiang covered her mouth in disbelief. The resources of the 18 cities of the Yu dynasty was an astronomical figure. 30% was enough for her to cultivate for a year. Su Yu, how can I repay you? Zi Yunxiang bit her lips, her expression devoid of joy. It was too much of a burden. Su Yu had saved her father from certain death. He had taken her in and given her a place to live. He had even used resources to help her cultivate. If not for Su Yu, their lives would have ended in dust. During the birthday celebration, you stepped forward to save me and an euro. You blocked Lu Jun. I will remember your kindness. Now that you are in trouble, it is my turn to repay you. What is wrong with that? Zi Yunxiang lowered her head, her fists clenched. Her face was filled with shame as she spoke with difficulty, but I did not save you selflessly, it was, that day, Zi Yunxiang had stood up for him, but her reason was not pure. I know. You took a fancy to my talents and wanted to recruit me for your own use. Otherwise, Why would you stand up for me and offend the Deputy Alliance Master when we met by chance? Su Yu chuckled. He had known everything. Zi Yunxiang let out a self-deprecating laugh. Then you should understand that I am not worthy of such a repayment. But what she did not expect was for Su Yu to have a nostalgic smile as he looked beyond the sky. My life has been filled with hardships. My fate has been rough, and I have experienced many life and death situations. It was them who helped me selflessly and gave me a chance to turn my life around. Without them, I, Yin Yu, would only be a pile of bones by the side of the road. My lover, my dream, and my longing would have long become a mark of time. Su Yu's mind was filled with the Duke of Shenyu, Li Guang, and an Euro. It was them who had turned Su Yu's life around. In this world, fame and fortune are just fleeting clouds. In my life, I only seek a clear conscience. Hence, you can use the resources as you wish. This is my repayment for your past kindness, there is no need to take it to heart. Zi Yunxiang was at a loss. She looked at Su Yu's disappointed expression, hearing his words of enlightenment from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, her heart could not help but beat faster. To Su Yu, kindness was as heavy as a mountain. For a kindness, he had not hesitated to take the 100 Territories Alliance meet alone, defeating all the heroes of the world. For a kindness, he had not hesitated to become the common enemy of the 100 Territories, killing Lu Jun. In her entire life, she had never seen someone so stubborn for a kindness. Deep within her heart, it was as if something had touched her, causing her to lose herself for the first time in her life. But Su Yu's fiancé caused Zi Yunxiang to quickly calm down. A slight bitterness lingered in her heart. She was born at the wrong time, she had met the right person at the wrong time. Sighing, Zi Yunxiang looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression, then turned to leave. Su Yu was oblivious. He took a large portion of the resources and immediately went into seclusion. He silently recovered from his injuries while relying on the resources to achieve a breakthrough. 3 days later. His injuries had mostly recovered, but his cultivation level had stagnated, with almost no progress. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Yu had a look of helplessness. The bottleneck between the Dragon Realm and Immortal Realm is indeed insignificant by relying on normal resources. Su Yu's abilities had not changed even after using 30% of the resources. The energy provided by normal resources was far from enough to satisfy his need for a breakthrough to the Immortal Realm. Looks like I can only wait for the next Spirit Fate Elixir to have any hope. Su Yu was deep in thought. Giving up on his cultivation, Su Yu closed his eyes again to study his cultivation technique. After the ceremony and the battle at the relic, Su Yu had gained a lot. Firstly, he could finally confirm that his divine-grade divine decree was not complete. Even though the power of the divine decree was strong and could cause a phenomenon, it was still lacking something unknown. Su Yu did not know what that something was. Filled with doubt, Su Yu took the initiative to ask, "Master, is there a need for me to persist on the path of the divine decree?" As the black-robed man had said, the divine decree was of little value to a later stage martial artist. Su Yu had started to comprehend the divine decree from the moment he stepped onto the martial path. It had only been 2 years since he had reached divine grade. A normal person might need half a year to reach Su Yu's level. This confused Su Yu. Was there still a need to continue cultivating the divine decree? He didn't know when he would be able to make a breakthrough again. After a long silence, Yunyazi asked, "Then, what do you think is the divine decree?" Su Yu was stunned by this question. He had obtained the divine decree by accident. His subsequent cultivation had been based on comprehension, and he had never thought about what the divine decree was. After lowering his head and thinking for a long time, Su Yu said, "It is a comprehension of nature. The deeper the comprehension, the more integrated one is with nature." Su Yu's divine decree was like that. In the beginning, he could reveal a shred of the concept of nature. In the end, he could merge with the concept of nature. The improvement of the divine decree was the process of merging with nature. "You're right, and you're wrong." Yunyazi gave an unfathomable answer. "At your level, it is correct. But at my level, it is too narrow." "Narrow?" Su Yu did not understand. "Then, in your eyes, What is the divine decree? Yazi calmly said, in my eyes, the divine decree is the path to becoming a god. God. The path to becoming a god. Suyu was shocked. Was there really a god in this world? Yazi continued, that's right, a god. A god that reigns above all life. Shattering the void, shedding the mundane to become a god, that is the pinnacle of the martial path. To become a god, there is only one path. The divine decree. To comprehend heaven and earth, to create a path to become a god, that is the divine decree. The divine decree was the path to becoming a god. This was an unheard of theory, and it toppled Suyu's worldview. Suyu was in disbelief. But my divine decree has been cultivated to divine grade. Why can't I feel a god? Unexpectedly, Yazi could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha. It is merely a divine decree. Your divine decree is not even at the entry level. How can you talk about becoming a god? Not even at the entry level? Suyu's mouth twitched. The divine grade divine decree that he had spent so much effort to comprehend was not even at the entry level. Even my master's divine decree has only touched the surface of the god position, let alone you. Yazi laughed and shook his head. The divine decree is split into many levels. Your current divine grade divine decree is only the lowest level. Suyu was deep in thought. Had Yazi touched the level of a god when he was alive? God. How strong was Yazi when he was alive? Suyu gasped in surprise. But master, since the divine decree is so important, why do the fighters of the Zhenlong continent not value it? Suyu voiced his doubts. Yazi mocked. Haha, do you think everyone is like you, with an omniscient master? There are no more than 5 people in the Zhenlong continent who understand the path to becoming a god. Hiss. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Not more than 5 people. Chapter 294. Thus, most people did not think much of it. If you do not have the heart to become a god, there is no need to cultivate the divine decree. Your achievements will not be low, but you will stop before becoming a god. It is up to you to decide. Will you continue to comprehend the divine decree, or will you give up? Let me remind you, the path to comprehend the divine decree is extremely long. If you choose this path, be mentally prepared. Suyu's eyes glowed with excitement. How could Suyu give up on a god that even Yazi had not succeeded? I will persevere to the end. God, I also want to see what kind of existence a god at the pinnacle of the martial paths is. Receiving a positive response, Yazi smiled, an expected answer. Continue to comprehend. With your speed of improvement, it is time for me to bring you to a whole new world. A whole new world? Suyu did not understand. Could he be referring to the Zhenlong continent that he had yet to see? Filled with excitement, Suyu strengthened his confidence and continued to comprehend the divine decree. Of course, he had not given up on his cultivation techniques. 9 fingers of imaginary thunder had just broken through to stage 1 upper class, and he needed to consolidate it further. As for Heaven's Son gazing at air, he was only a step away from stage 1 upper class. He had to break through in one go. Once he broke through to soul transformation realm upper class, Suyu's soul could leave his body for an hour, invisible and undetectable. Suyu was filled with anticipation for his soul to leave his body. Slowly closing his eyes, Suyu cultivated patiently. Training in seclusion. The 18 cities of the Inu area were continuously being harassed by the Blackwater pirates. The situation was getting more and more intense. From robbing lone cultivators in the outskirts of the cities to brazenly robbing people in the cities. The 18 cities tightened their checks and defenses. They were furious and anxious, rushing to Inu City for help. Perhaps because of Suyu, Inu City was the only place in the Inu area that had not been invaded by the Blackwater pirates. In the history of acting Palace Master Huang, the Blackwater pirates had visited the most prosperous Inu City in the Inu area more than once. In a restaurant somewhere in the Inu area, a black-robed man sat cross-legged. His face was as sharp as a knife, his gaze cold. If Suyu had been present, he would have recognized that this person was the mysterious strong martial artist who had fought with him at the entrance of the cave of the historical remain. He had actually appeared in the Enu area. Whoosh! At this moment, a black-clothed figure sneaked in. Reporting to Second Head, the personnel have been arranged properly. We can start plundering the city at any time. The man in black was the second-in-command of the Blackwater pirate. The Second Head's eyes flashed, and his eyes were filled with fear. Did that palace master Yin Yu manage to find out any news? After he returned, he never showed his face again. He didn't show his face. Second Head's expression was calm. Ian, bide your time. Unless you can confirm that he has left, don't make a move. The person who reported was puzzled. Second Head, is there really a need to be so afraid of this Yin Yu? Even if he has the abilities of an immortal level 1 peak that could defeat Palace Master Shui Yarrow, we will still turn him into minced meat. However, the Second Head sneered, turn him into minced meat? Deep fear and some fear appeared on his face as he said gravely, if we really meet, the ones who will turn into minced meat will be you. Hide immediately. Whoever dares to move will be killed without mercy. Yes. 3 days later. Su Yu slowly woke up, slowly opening his eyes. His eyes were pitch black, as deep as a bottomless abyss. Pooh! Suddenly, the light in his eyes was extinguished, losing its luster. The blood in his body stopped flowing. His heart also stopped beating. This was the sign of his life force being severed. Su Yu was dead. However, a transparent shadow floated out of Su Yu's body, which the naked eye could not see clearly. If it was not Su Yu, who could it be? It was completely transparent, without any aura. Yun Yazi praised, in just half a year, you have achieved the soul-changing realm upper class. You have exceeded my expectations. Now, your soul can leave your body for an hour. You can adapt to it nearby, but do not stray too far. Su Yu had an excited expression, taking a step forward and leaving his body completely. Just as he left his body, Su Yu felt a chill. It was as if he was a mortal, standing naked in the wind and snow. Without the protection of his body, his weakest soul was exposed to the outside world. This was the feeling. Carefully leaving the stone house, Su Yu realized to his shock that no physical object could stop him. Without opening the door, he could easily pass through the wall. It was as if at this moment, he had really become a formless ghost. With a deep sense of novelty, Su Yu wandered around the Enu Manor. Along the way, he met with many patrolling guards. However, he could not even detect his aura, much less his naked eyes. This caused Su Yu to be filled with anticipation. His soul leaving his body was much more powerful than a normal concealment technique. Secretly spying on the enemy, or entering secret rooms, it was extremely effective. An hour was about to pass. Su Yu had adapted to it, and he headed back in satisfaction. In order to rush, he passed through the wall. Suddenly, Su Yu passed through an unfamiliar room. The room was filled with a pink mist, water vapor lingering, and a faint fragrance filled the surroundings. A woman's room. Su Yu felt guilty, but he did not look sideways, passing through the wall. However, this time he passed through the wall, he entered a bedroom. On a wide and soft light purple bed, a woman in loose clothing sat quietly. She had an elegant and tranquil appearance. Who else could it be other than Zi Yunxiang? She had a belt, but it had already been removed. The collar in front of her chest was also loosened. Under the cover of her loose clothing, a shocking snow-white ball of flesh was completely revealed to Su Yu. It was shockingly perky, dazzling snow-white, and pink like a cherry. This scene caused Su Yu to feel extremely guilty. As for Zi Yunxiang, she did not notice that there was an unfamiliar man 10 feet away from her, watching her undress. If Su Yu wanted to, he could see every private part of her body without her noticing. This kind of temptation was difficult to resist. Luckily, Su Yu respected Zi Yunxiang. He suppressed the desire in his heart, forcefully leaving, returning to his body. Su Yu could not calm his emotions for a long time as he recalled the erotic scene. For some unknown reason, Su Yu realized that his desire for women was growing. When he first came to this world, he had a pure heart and few desires, never thinking about women. But he did not know when it started, some temptation would evoke his desires, and he had to intentionally calm himself down to calm himself down. This had already happened to Zi Yunxiang twice. What happened to me? Su Yu's eyes gradually narrowed. He finally felt that something was wrong. His body was subtly changing. Filled with doubt, Su Yu shook his head. Could it be that his body was sick from not having touched women for a long time? Taking a deep breath, Su Yu cultivated for a while more, then immediately came out. Unexpectedly, Zi Yunxiang was already waiting for him at the entrance of the secret chamber. Her wet long hair carried an alluring fragrance. She wore a light robe that wrapped around her beautiful body, outlining her exquisite curves. Su Yu subconsciously fixed his gaze on her right breast. Just now, it was this lump of holy peaks that had entered his eyes without reservation. In his mind, he could not help but recall the scene at that time. His eyes stared at Zi Yunxiang's right breast, not moving away for a long time. Inu. Zi Yunxiang's face was slightly red, calling out softly, turning her body to avoid Su Yu's gaze. Su Yu's fiery gaze caused Zi Yunxiang's heart to thump non-stop. Her face was red, her heart filled with shock. What happened to him just now? Why was he looking at me there? In her memory, Su Yu was a righteous person, without any evil thoughts. Ever since they had met, he had treated her with respect, never lacking in manners. But just now, Zi Yunxiang was very confused, but she had no time to fuss over it. She hurriedly said, "I have something important to report." Su Yu retracted his gaze apologetically, his heart filled with doubt. What happened to him? Secretly shaking his head, Su Yu's expression turned serious. What is it? It could be seen that Zi Yunxiang had been bathing, frantically looking for Su Yu. Something big must have happened. Chapter 295. It's the Black Water Pirates. Zi Yunxiang gave a surprising answer. Whoosh, 17 urgent letters were delivered to Su Yu. Su Yu creased his brows as he flipped through them one by one. Of the 18 cities under the jurisdiction of the Inu area, other than Inu City itself, the other 17 had been attacked by the Blackwater pirates. Kidnapping, murder, and arson had resulted in heavy casualties. The city guards had limited abilities and could only defend. The 17 cities were in danger of falling at any time. The crisis was unprecedented since the appearance of the nameless area. Thus, the 17 city masters were urgently requesting reinforcements. It was no wonder that Zi Yunxiang would disturb Su Yu's training. The territory was in chaos, the fire was burning their eyebrows. If he delayed any longer, what awaited Su Yu would be the massacre of the 17 cities. As the master of the area, Su Yu could not escape the blame. Before he arrived, a city had already been destroyed by the tide of beasts. Now that he was the master of the area, how could he sit back and do nothing? Of the 18 cities, only Inu City was filled with powerful fighters. Only by mobilizing powerful fighters could the 17 cities be saved. But Su Yu held on to the 17 letters, his eyes deep in thought. Why did you only inform me now? Zi Yunxiang had been in the mood to bathe. I just received a request for help, Zi Yunxiang said softly. Beneath her long eyelashes, her eyes, as clear as the moon, dimmed a little. Su Yu's suspicion was like a needle stabbing into her chest, causing her slight pain. You mean 17 letters arrived at the same time? Su Yu's thoughts deepened. Zi Yunxiang said, yes. Elder Fan said that the envoys from the 17 cities had somehow arrived at Inu City at the same time. That was how we found out about the crisis in the 17 cities. The locations of the 17 cities were different, and they were attacked by the Blackwater pirates at different times. But strangely, the envoys had arrived on the same day, revealing the crisis in the 17 cities. It went without saying that something was amiss. Palace Master, please give the order. Zi Yunxiang asked curtly, unknowingly using the word Palace Master. An indistinct distance formed between the two of them. But Su Yu was thinking about the crisis, and did not notice. Yes, gather the fighters in the city and form 4 armies. Su Yu waved his hand, writing an order and stamping it with the seal of the Vice Palace Master. With this order, as a citizen of Silver Plume City and the Empire of Darkness, they had to accept it unconditionally. Anyone who disobeys will be punished according to the law. Yes. I will immediately respond to the special envoys of the 17 cities. Zi Yunxiang remained expressionless, But inwardly, she sighed in relief. With this, perhaps the crisis of the 17 cities could be resolved. Wait. Su Yu called out softly, gathering the army is not to rescue the 17 cities, but to seal off Yinyu City. Zi Yunxiang was shocked. The 17 cities are in a crisis. If we do not send our troops in time, the people of the Yinyu area will be in deep trouble. If we only protect Yinyu City, we will be despised by the people of the Yinyu area. At such a critical moment, Su Yu had refused to rescue them. Instead, he was guarding against Yinyu City, disregarding the safety of the 17 cities. Su Yu's eyes shone brightly. You have misunderstood. I sealed off Silver Plume City, not for defense. Don't you think that 17 letters asking for help came too suddenly? Why were 17 cities attacked, but only Silver Plume City remained unscathed? As intelligent as Zi Yunxiang was, she immediately understood. Her expression was filled with shock. Palace Master, you mean that the Blackwater pirates intentionally created the crisis in the 17 cities, with the goal of forcing Silver Plume City to attack? Only by evacuating the experts in the city would they be able to enter. They are luring the tiger away from the mountain. But what truly shocked Zi Yunxiang was Su Yu's other intention. You sealed off Silver Plume City because you suspect that the Blackwater pirates have already infiltrated Silver Plume City, waiting for an opportunity to strike? Su Yu's eyes were cold. Yes. They could have already entered the city in disguise, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Since that is the case, I will go with the flow and catch them like turtles in a jar. But Zi Yunxiang could not let it go. How can you be sure that they have entered the city? They should know that entering the city is extremely risky, right? Why would they take the risk to enter the city? Su Yu's deep eyes were filled with wisdom. A person's most dangerous moment is when they are numb to their sense of security. If even you think that the Blackwater pirates would not take the risk to enter the city, it is clear that most people would not believe that the Blackwater pirates would have the guts to enter the city. These words caused Zi Yunxiang to suddenly feel nervous. Indeed, she had overestimated the power of Silver Plume City, and had been too careless. Pass down my orders. Immediately seal off the city. Do not let a single person escape, Su Yu ordered coldly. But this time, he added another condition. Also, leave 2 gaps in the ceiling of the city. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. I wonder what your choice will be. Leave gaps. Zi Yunxiang was surprised, but she had no objections. She carried out the orders. With the token of the area master in her hands, the strong fighters in the city responded, gathering in all 4 corners of the city. Following Su Yu's orders, they mobilized the power of the entire city. It was time to catch a turtle in a jar. In the restaurant. The second head observed the crowd through the window, his eyes glowing with a strange light. Second head, things are not looking good. Palace Master Yin Yu has issued an order to seal off Silver Plume City. Now, all the roads are gradually being sealed. A black-robed man reported anxiously. The second head looked toward Silver Plume City, his eyes filled with fear. As expected of him. He has already detected our presence. Su Yu's wisdom and calmness had left a deep impression on him the last time they fought. But looking at it now, he realized that he had underestimated Su Yu. He had thought that even if Palace Master Yin Yu had detected the conspiracy within the 17 urgent letters, he would not be able to detect it. But he did not expect Palace Master Yin Yu to be so bold as to determine that they had already infiltrated the city. Now, they had caught a turtle in a jar. The Blackwater pirates, who had been waiting for an opportunity, were at a disadvantage. Facing the encirclement of all the strong fighters in the city, the Blackwater pirates that he led could only bury their hatred in Silver Plume City. The black-robed man was shocked. Second head, should we retreat immediately? We still have a chance before the roads are completely sealed. Crack, the second head shattered the wooden table in front of him with a palm. It was not difficult to see the disappointment in his expression. He sighed. Do I only have trash like you in my hands? You can't even see through a simple trap. With Palace Master Yin Yu's wisdom, do you think that he would give you a chance to escape? If I am not mistaken, the roads that have not been completely sealed are his intentions. He is giving you hope so that you will walk right into his trap. There are definitely strong soldiers lying in ambush there. In fact, it might even be him. The black-robed man's heart trembled. He was indignant. Who exactly was Palace Master Yin Yu? Wasn't the second in command being too fearful of him? Then second head, what should we do? The second head stood at his original position, lowering his head in deep thought. We have two options. First, we await death and wait for the strong fighters in the city to search for us. That way, our brothers, who are scattered all over the city, will be dug out and killed on the spot. Second, we gather our brothers and fight our way out of Silver Plume City. But I think that the moment we take action, we will be detected immediately. We will give him the opportunity to kill us all. The black-robed man was anxious. If that was the case, they would die if they did not move. If they moved, they would also die. Both options were hopeless. The second head clenched his right fist, letting out crackling sounds. His eyes were filled with a desire to fight. What a great Palace Master Yin Yu, what a great scheme. No matter what choice we make, we will die. He wants to toy with us to our death. The black-robed man was anxious. Second head, we will die either way. What should we do? They had taken the risk to enter the city, only to be seen through and end up like a turtle in a jar. It was unexpected. Hee. The second head shook his head, a cold smile on his face. Who told you that we have to follow his decision? Before we entered the city, I had already taken precautions and devised a plan. This is the third option. Immediately send a message to all our brothers. We will attack the Inu Manor together. The black-robed man was shocked. What? Attack the Inu Manor? Isn't the strongest person in the city, Palace Master Yin Yu, guarding that place? Aren't we walking right into a trap if we go? Such a choice was too risky. Second head's lips curled into an unfathomable smile. The safest place is also the most dangerous place. Do it immediately. Up in the sky, Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, Zi Yunxiang stood calmly. Revolving his crystalline pupils, Su Yu stood high up in the sky, observing every movement in the city. At this moment, all the paths had been sealed, including the two cracks that Su Yu had purposely slowed down. They were finally sealed. But there were no major movements in the city. Su Yu let out a deep smile. The person who came is not simple. At least, he is not an ordinary Blackwater pirate. Zi Yunxiang, who understood Su Yu's intentions, agreed. That's right. He is in the middle of a chess game, but he can see through the situation and see through the traps. It is easy to say, but difficult to do. This person is indeed not ordinary. Su Yu nodded, then shook his head. Seeing through the traps only qualifies him. What is truly not simple is that he might not have chosen either of the two options I gave him. That is what makes him extraordinary. This person is very intelligent. Zi Yunxiang's eyes were filled with wisdom. Whether they move or not, they will die. This is an overt plot. They have no other choice. Could the Blackwater pirate have seen through this? If that is the case, the person leading them is not simple. Su Yu lowered his head, observing the movements in the city. Everything was within his control. Hee. If I am not wrong, he will definitely choose the third option. Zi Yunxiang asked curiously, under the killing blow, what other option does he have? Su Yu's gaze flashed. In this world, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Which option do you think they will take? A risky move. They had set their sights on the Inu Manor. How is that possible? Staking it all on one throw is no different from a moth flying into a flame. Zi Yunxiang could not understand. Su Yu's eyes were filled with wisdom. This person dares to take the risk to enter the city. He must be an intelligent person. He will definitely use this risky move. I have already prepared a surprise for him. Looking at the confident and energetic Su Yu, Zi Yunxiang was slightly dazed. That peerless posture of him having everything under his control as he spoke caused people to raise their eyebrows. But when she thought about Su Yu's fiancé, an indescribable sadness filled her eyes. Traces of loneliness flashed past her beautiful face. Chapter 296. Outside the Enu Manor. Second head, the guards are so few. Could they have seen through our plan and purposely lured us in? A group of 2 people appeared in an alley outside the Enu Manor. The black-clothed man asked anxiously. Just the 2 of them sneaking into the Enu Manor was an extremely risky venture. How could they not be worried? The second head calmly said, the area master's manor is usually located deep in the center of a region. In a situation where the citizens of the empire are everywhere, who would dare to offend the area master's manor? The guards at the entrance are only a symbol. They have always been few and far between. This shows that Palace Master Yin Yu is just as I imagined. He did not take any precautions. If there is a sudden increase in the number of guards, our plan will be exposed. Let's go in and act according to the plan. The black-clothed man was relieved. The second head and the black-clothed man quietly passed the guards and entered the Enu Manor. Strangely, the black-clothed man separated from the second head and hid. As for the second head, he went straight to Zi Yunxiang's room, as though there was no one around. Standing in front of the room, the second head felt the presence of a person and let out a cold smile. Palace Master Yin Yu, what can you do to me even if you have an army of the entire city? No matter how strong an enemy is, there will always be a weakness. Your weakness is this woman. It was not a secret that Zi Yunxiang held a special position in the Enu Manor. It was rumored that she was brought along with Palace Master Yin Yu. It was very possible that she was Palace Master Yin Yu's woman. Only by capturing her could Palace Master Yin Yu refrain from taking action. Only then would he and his brothers be able to retreat safely. Otherwise, apart from him, no one would be able to leave Enu City alive. Before entering the city, he had already prepared for the worst and set up a plan to escape. Only by capturing Zi Yunxiang would he have a chance of survival. Looking at the current situation, Palace Master Yin Yu's attention was focused on the outside world. He did not consider the possibility of the Black Water Pirates invading the Enu Manor. Palace Master Yin Yu, you have been smart all your life, but this is all you amount to. The second head laughed coldly and pushed open the door to Zi Yunxiang's room. But the second head's expression froze. There was no one in the room. No. More accurately, it was not Zi Yunxiang. In the living room, a silver-haired youth sat peacefully, fiddling with a teacup in his hand. The sudden intruder did not surprise the silver-haired youth at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He sipped his tea and said leisurely, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. The second head understood, but Su Yu understood even more. The second head's face suddenly stiffened and he said in disbelief, You guessed that I would come? As Su Yu chuckled, he put down his teacup and stood up straight with his hands clasped behind his back. You can even think of my weakness, so how could I have overlooked it? How is it? Isn't this surprise big enough? Su Yu chuckled. At this moment, the second head's expression was rather ugly. He had the misconception that he was being toyed with. It was as though everything was within Palace Master Yin Yu's control. He was clearly a 15 or 16-year-old youth, but why was he so shrewd and ruthless? Retreat. In an instant, the second leader sensed a great danger. This was a deadly trap. Hehe, do you think it's possible for you to escape? Su Yu asked calmly. Swish swish swish, dozens of figures came out from a secret spot in the Enu Manor. The weakest of them was Dragon Realm level 7, while the strongest was Immortal Realm level 1. But their strength did not lie in their abilities. Instead, it lay in their crossbows. The tip of the crossbow was smeared with a layer of light green powder. This item was the intoxicating Dream Elixir. Even though there was not much of it, once it got close, even without hitting the second head, the fragrance of the elixir released by the green powder was enough to make the second head faint on the spot. In order to kill the hidden Black Water Pirates, Su Yu had sacrificed a lot. As though he had sensed the terror of the green powder, the eyelids of the second head twitched. At this moment, he had the misconception that he was falling from a cliff. The shadow of death was descending quickly. What a good Palace Master Yin Yu. What a good trap. The second head bit his teeth and clenched his fists. However, he did not dare act recklessly. Now that he thought about it, His actions had all been predicted by the wise Palace Master Yin Yu. Every step that he took was seen by Palace Master Yin Yu. What a joke! He was pleased with himself, thinking that his schemes were superior to others. Who knew that every step he took was calculated? Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, calmly saying, "Your identity." The questioning from above caused the second head to be filled with anger. He could summon wind and rain in the Black Water Pirates, but now he was being interrogated. But time waits for no man. Glancing at the rows of crossbows smeared with green powder, the second head said with difficulty, "Black Water Pirates, too long." In an instant, the surrounding people were in an uproar. What? Too long? The rumored second head of the Black Water Pirates? The crowd was shocked. Everyone in the Inu area knew of Tu Long's name. The Black Water Pirates had been wreaking havoc for many years. It was rumored that it was the second head, Tu Long, who had arranged the troops and devised strategies. Not only was he strong, he was also good at scheming. The number of strong fighters of the Inu area that had died in his hands was uncountable. For many years, no one had been able to do anything to him. At this moment, the crowd was in shock. Who would have thought that this elusive second head would actually fall into their encirclement? This time around, they had an unexpected reward. They had caught a big fish. Ecstasy appeared in everyone's eyes. Second head? Su Yu creased his brows. He had thought that it might be a Black Water Pirate with a decent status. To think that it was the second in command of the Black Water Pirates. The dignified second head had personally infiltrated Inu City. Was his motive really just to rob? Suppressing his doubts, Su Yu's expression was indifferent. Then, "Do you have any last words before you die?" Under the crossbows, even the second head, who had a cultivation base of immortal level 2 upper tier, would die on the spot. But what made Su Yu raise his brows was that the second head's gloomy expression had regained its calmness. He wore a mocking smile. "Do you really think that you have one?" "Hey!" Su Yu squinted his eyes. "What do you mean?" Clap clap, the second head clapped his hands. Whoosh, a black figure flew over from afar. In his palm was a beautiful lady. It was not anyone else. It was Zi Yunxiang. Yunxiang. Su Yu was shocked. Zi Yunxiang's face was ghastly pale. Her shoulder was being held tightly by the black-robed man, and her acupoints seemed to have been sealed. She could not speak, and could only look at Su Yu anxiously. The second head's mocking expression became deeper, saying profoundly, "You are very smart. Hence, I would not be so foolish as to personally step into the trap." Su Yu's expression changed. "That means that you had already guessed that I would be waiting for you here? Haha, just as you said, even I know where your weakness is. How could you not know it? Hence, I guessed that you would definitely hide Zi Yunxiang and set up an ambush here." Su Yu's pupils dilated. "You came here on purpose to attract attention, then let your companions secretly search for the captured Zi Yunxiang? This is a diversion." It turned out that the true trump card wasn't the second head, but that inconspicuous subordinate of his. The second head sneered. "Otherwise, do you think I would waste my breath here with you? I am merely stalling for time. Now, Zi Yunxiang is in my hands. It is time for Palace Master Yin Yu to make a choice. I will give you 2 choices. First, send us out of the city safely. Second, I'll take your woman down with me." Before this, Su Yu had sealed off Inu City. Second head only had 2 paths to take. But now, the situation was reversed. It was Su Yu's turn to choose. He had gathered the power of the entire city, but the situation had been reversed. It had to be said that this was the greatest irony. Su Yu was deep in thought. The second head was confident of victory, laughing loudly with his hands behind his back. "Ha ha ha. This battle is interesting. Even though you are smart, it is a pity that you are no match for me. Now, make your choice. You can only choose one of the 2. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The black-robed man grabbed Zi Yunxiang and flew to the second head's side. The outcome had been decided, and there were no more variables. A battle of wits, full of ups and downs, was settled just like that. Su Yu had lost. However, what caused the second head to be stunned was that Su Yu did not panic. Instead, The corners of his mouth gradually turned cold. Haha, I will return the same words to you. Do you really think that you will definitely win? Attack. Not good. The second head's expression changed. Without hesitation, he turned and left. But at this moment, Pooh, two daggers stained with green powder pierced his ribs from the side without any warning. The second head looked over in disbelief. It was Zi Yunxiang, her expression cold, her hand holding a cold dagger. What he could not believe was that the other dagger was pierced by his subordinate. Whoosh, that subordinate took off his mask, revealing an unfamiliar face. They separated quickly. Fresh blood sprayed out from the second head's waist. The green powder entered his blood, quickly taking effect. The second head's vision blurred, his vision blurring. Rumble, suddenly, a head was thrown to his feet. It was the true trump card that he had prepared, the head of the black-robed man's subordinate. You. The second head's expression was extremely ugly. Zi Yunxiang's expression was as cold as ice. Humph. The palace master is wise and powerful, his plans are flawless. Do you think you can fool him with your little tricks? He had already guessed that you would use a diversionary tactic. So, while hiding me, he placed a large number of soldiers by my side. Your subordinate is merely sending himself to his death. The second head's throat felt as if it was blocked by a mouthful of blood, unable to speak. His meticulously arranged plan had long since been foiled. At this moment, he truly felt that this young palace master was unfathomable. Everything was under his control. Deep panic welled up in his heart. He had really fallen into a desperate situation this time. Kill him. Suyu pointed. The meticulously arranged killing formation had finally been completed. Whoosh, 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 dozens of arrows pierced through the air. The second head's vision was a blur, unable to distinguish the shadows of the arrows. At this critical moment, the second head clenched his teeth, letting out a low roar. Dragon slaying technique. With the long black blade on his back, he slashed horizontally. At that moment, the power of heaven and earth surged. An unparalleled power swept in all directions. Dragon slaying technique. Suyu's pupils dilated. It's you. Outside the ruins, they had been attacked by a group of mysterious fighters. The leader of the black-robed men had managed to escape due to Zhong Jian's sudden counterattack. Suyu had thought that it would be difficult to find out the identity of the black-robed man. Unexpectedly, they had actually met here. He was actually a member of the Black Water Pirate. Be careful. Retreat. Suyu knew that the situation was not good, letting out a loud roar. This person's dragon-slaying technique was an immortal-level technique of Stage 1 top class. The abilities he could unleash were close to an immortal realm level 3. Chapter 297. The dragon-like shadow of the blade sliced through the cold glow, heading straight for the archers surrounding them. Crack, the arrows were all destroyed by the glow of the blade, dust filling the air. Whoosh, whoosh, the archers were terrified, escaping in a hurry. Creak, 2 Dragon Realm level 7 archers did not manage to escape in time and were struck by the remnant energy of the blade, falling with serious injuries. Even though the rest managed to escape, their blood boiled under the force of the blade energy. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. With just one slash, he had almost killed all of them. Scram! Tu Long roared, dragging his giant blade as he opened up a path of blood, breaking out of the encirclement. The archers wanted to stop him, but were stopped by Suyu. Looking at Tu Long's escaping figure, he shook his head with a smile. Don't chase a desperate enemy, just follow behind. The daggers of Zi Yunxiang and the other strong martial artist had already injured the other party. Coupled with the effects of the intoxicating dream elixir in the dagger, the other party would completely faint as long as they could buy some time. They just had to wait, not take the risk of surrounding them. Whoosh, 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 with Suyu in the lead, the group followed far behind. Tu Long was extremely anxious, his vision getting darker and darker. An uncontrollable tiredness seeped into his soul. What kind of poison is that? How could its effects be so overbearing? Tu Long could not understand. He had never heard of a poison that could cause people to fall asleep. At this moment, his vision was getting blurry. Thud, at this moment, his vision was mostly blurry. Unknowingly, he fell to the ground. Boundless drowsiness engulfed him. He could not hold on any longer. The guard of the Inu Manor was overjoyed. He had fallen at the entrance of the Inu Manor. The second head of the Black Water Pirates, the infamous Tu Long, had fallen at their hands. Whoosh! The group of guards was excited, rushing forward. No. Come back. Su Yu's expression changed, berating them. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Furthermore, Tu Long was a cunning person. He might not have really fallen. The guards shuddered, retreating without hesitation. Just as they were about to retreat, Tu Long, who had clearly fallen to the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Without any warning, he swung the saber in his hand back. Dragon slaying technique. The snow-white blade sliced across the space behind him. A guard who had not retreated in time was sliced into two. Instantly, a rain of blood sprayed out and severed limbs flew everywhere. That guard didn't even have time to scream before he was beheaded with one slash. Bang! Tu Long's face was filled with disappointment. His original intention was to lure Su Yu into taking the bait. Unexpectedly, he had only gotten rid of a small fry. Young Jun. The guards of the Inu Manor were familiar with each other. The death of Young Jun caused the eyes of the guards to tear. Tu Long crawled to his feet. Although his eyes were gradually blurring, he was still conscious. He sneered, "You guys can't stop me." His strength was so strong that he could barely withstand the effects of the intoxicating dream pill. With his strength, it was naturally difficult to protect all the Black Water Pirates. But it was more than enough to escape from Silver Plume City alone. Palace Master Yin Yu. I, Tu Long, am not as skilled as you, so I admit defeat today. There's still a long way to go. I will come to Silver Plume City again. When that time comes, I hope you'll be lucky enough to protect Silver Plume City. It was impossible for Su Yu to guard the Inu area for the rest of his life. There would come a day when he would have to leave. Once the Dragon Slayer came, Silver Plume City would face a bloodbath. With this person's abilities and cunning, Su Yu did not doubt it at all. Would his meticulous planning still fail in the end, allowing him to escape? Looking at the fresh blood on the ground, Su Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Trying to escape? Not so easy. This person could not be allowed to live. Tu Long's expression changed. He was very wary of Su Yu himself. Su Yu's power was no less than his own, and he had a deep impression of him. But he was so far away from Su Yu. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation level was higher than Su Yu's, his movement techniques were far above Su Yu's. Although he might not be able to defeat Su Yu, escaping was not a problem. Me. We'll talk when you catch up to me. Tu Long let out a cold grunt, his figure flashing as he flew toward the horizon. Looking back, he found it strange that Su Yu was standing at his original position, not giving chase. Hey! What is he trying to do? Tu Long had a bad feeling. Creak, practically at this moment, a strand of spatial energy suddenly surged around him and enveloped him without any warning. How is this possible? I have already escaped 5 miles away. Tu Long was shocked. But Su Yu did not give him the chance. The space energy instantly teleported him back. When he appeared again, he was only 30 feet away from Su Yu. But the cunning Tu Long had already unleashed a technique the moment he appeared, before his figure had even completely appeared. Dragon slaying technique. Creak, the dragon-shaped shadow of the blade suddenly attacked Su Yu, who was inches away, with the posture of a dragon slaying. It looked as though Su Yu had used space teleportation to deliver a fatal killing move. I knew you would do this. But Su Yu was prepared. A shocking natural phenomenon spread in the surroundings. A destructive sound wave was shot out from his mouth. Two powerful forces that rivaled an immortal realm level 3 collided at this moment. How similar was this scene to what had happened a few days ago? The difference was that Su Yu had learned his lesson. As he unleashed Buddhist Saint's 8 characters, he retreated crazily. After retreating 100 feet, the two destructive forces clashed. The terrifying sound wave was reflected, heading toward where Su Yu was. Rumble, the place where he had just stood, was blasted into a huge pit. Countless fine cracks spread along the deep pit, spreading toward Su Yu. The ferocious energy wave sent Su Yu, who was 100 feet away, flying dozens of meters back. A metallic taste welled up in his throat. Even though he was lightly injured, he had avoided the severe injuries he had suffered previously. Tu Long was not so lucky. He had been forcefully transported here, and had no chance to retreat. Almost as soon as he appeared, the dragon-slaying art he had unleashed bounced back and struck his body. Pooh! Tu Long spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with flesh. He was sent flying, crashing into the walls of the Inu Manor. Many parts of his body were cut by the blade energy. His ribs could be seen, and his intestines were bleeding profusely. He was left with half a life in an instant. The people of the Inu Manor heaved a sigh of relief as they were shocked by Su Yu's terrifying abilities. The dust had finally settled. Tu Long was half dead, and there was no more suspense. Su Yu suppressed his boiling blood, his body flashing as he slammed his palm toward Tu Long's head. At this moment, Tu Long was severely injured, and there was no chance for him to dodge. "Wait, don't you want to know why I killed your vice palace masters?" Tu Long said in a panic. His only value at the moment was information. As a Blackwater pirate, where did he get the audacity to kill Su Yu, Shui Yarrow, and Feng Qing, the 3 vice palace masters? There is no need. Once I destroy the Blackwater pirates, we will naturally know. Su Yu attacked coldly, pressing his palm against Tu Long's head. Finally, it was over. Using the power of the entire city, and plotting many times, it was finally over. Tu Long let out an angry roar, resisting with all his might. But with his injuries, only death awaited him. But, at this moment, whoosh! A bolt of spirit energy came from outside the Inu Manor, heading straight for Su Yu. The majesty of the spirit energy had never been seen before. The terrifying power it contained was something that even Su Yu and Tu Long could not compare to. An attack of Immortal Realm Level 3. Su Yu's expression changed. Seeing as the spirit energy was about to penetrate his body, at the critical moment, the snow-white wings on Su Yu's back spread open. His movement technique was pushed to its limits, and he retreated quickly. He did not even have the time to care about Tu Long, who was just inches away. Thump! The spirit energy struck the ground, and the entire Inu Manor shook. The roof tiles fell with a crash, the trees shook violently, and the water in the pond formed a few meters high wave. In an instant, a large number of insects, fish, birds, and beasts were killed. A group of archers lost their balance in the violent shaking, falling to the ground. Zi Yunxiang let out a cry. She was hit by the collapsing lighthouse, and she fell to the ground. The sudden attack had caused the Inu Manor to descend into chaos. What was even more chaotic was that Tu Long took advantage of the chaos to stand up. But he did not escape in panic. Instead, whoosh! Circulating what little spiritual energy he had left, Tu Long flew towards the injured Zi Yunxiang and grabbed her by the neck. At this moment, Su Yu was sent flying by the sudden attack, and he had no time to save her. The group of archers had no time to take care of themselves. Ha ha ha! Tu Long could not help but laugh. Even though there was blood at the corner of his mouth, he could not hide his delight and madness. Holding Zi Yunxiang in his hand. In the end, he had won. Palace Master Yin Yu. If you do not wish for her to die, retreat immediately. Tu Long grabbed Zi Yunxiang, flying high into the sky, retreating quickly. Zi Yunxiang's face was pale, her mind in a state of panic. She had fallen into Tu Long's hands. Let go of her. Su Yu's eyes were filled with anger. Chaos had suddenly descended, and the situation was chaotic. Tu Long wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with madness. Haha, Palace Master Yin Yu, in the end, the winner is still me, Tu Long. If you do not wish for her to die, retreat immediately, and order the city gates to be opened. Tu Long exerted some strength in his palm, squeezing Zi Yunxiang's snow-white neck until it turned white. Su Yu's eyes were cold. He was indebted to Zi Yunxiang. Zi Donglai had once entrusted her to him, but now, she was in danger. If anything were to happen to her, Su Yu would not be able to forgive himself. I'll say it for the last time. Are you going to let her go or not? Su Yu was filled with killing intent. Tu Long laughed loudly. What a joke. She is my only hope of survival. How can I let her go just because you say so? If you want to save her, you need to have the ability to do so. Seal of time. Su Yu's purple left eye shot out a purple glow. A purple dragon coiled around Tu Long, freezing him in time. Tu Long's smile froze, his heart contracting abruptly. Other than space teleportation, this palace master Yin Yu still had such a strange secret technique? His thoughts were still present, but his body seemed to have been frozen. A figure flashed in front of him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Yu flew over, his face filled with killing intent. In less than a breath's time, he could reach Tu Long. This time around, Tu Long was definitely going to die. But, whoosh, all of a sudden, a fiery red figure blocked Su Yu's path. His body was short and thick, but the frightening aura of an immortal realm level 3 was like an impenetrable wall, completely sealing off Su Yu's path of escape. Su Yu had wasted a time seal in order to save his life. He had wasted a breath of time just like that. Tu Long recovered, his forehead filled with cold sweat. Grabbing Zi Yunxiang's snow-white neck once again, Tu Long looked at the fiery red figure in front of him, losing his voice in shock. A red-clothed guard of the Empire? Gasping, Tu Long did not say anything, holding Zi Yunxiang hostage as he escaped. The red-clothed guard did not even look at him, allowing him to escape. Chapter 298. A tyrannical aura caused Su Yu to retreat continuously. In an instant, Tu Long had already seized Zi Yunxiang and escaped to the Inu Manor, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. Su Yu's eyes were about to pop, his murderous intents shooting toward the red-clothed guard. At two crucial moments, it was this person who forcefully obstructed him. Short stature, stern face, cultivation base of immortal level 3. A familiar memory flashed through his mind. It's you. This person was Inspector by his guard commander. Back in the Alliance City, he had a conflict with Su Yu. What do you mean you're not you? I have received orders from Lord Bai Luo to come and investigate the death of Palace Master Zongjian. You have committed a heinous crime and killed a deputy palace master without permission. Your crime is unforgivable. Follow me immediately to see Lord Bai Luo and await your punishment. Someone from Dynasty's headquarters finally came. Moreover, they were the worst kind of people. What was even worse was that they did not come early or late, but at the most crucial moment. Moreover, they had forcefully disturbed them, causing Zi Yunxiang to be captured. Murderous intent roared in his chest. Forcefully suppressing his anger, Su Yu said coldly, I will give the Empire an explanation regarding Zongjian. The person who escaped just now is the second head of the Blackwater Pirates. He has wreaked havoc everywhere and even captured the citizens of the Inu area. We cannot let him escape. Quick! Chase after him first. Su Yu gave an anxious roar, bypassing the red-clothed leader and chasing after Tu Long, who was about to leave the city. Boom! However, a penetrating spiritual energy traversed the void and shot toward Su Yu. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill Su Yu on the spot. Su Yu's expression changed. He hurriedly employed his movement technique, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. He then roared furiously, chasing after the Blackwater Pirates is more important. His heart was burning with anxiety. Let's not talk about Zi Yunxiang's safety, just talking about Zi Yunxiang's appearance. Once she fell into the hands of a group of barbaric bandits, how could she, who was an outstanding beauty, escape the fate of being raped? The longer she delayed, the more likely she would be humiliated. She was as pure as ice and as pure as jade, but after suffering such a terrible experience, her life was ruined. However, the red-clothed commander was full of righteousness. The Blackwater Pirates have nothing to do with this case. This commander is only responsible for bringing you back to stand trial. Surrender immediately. Don't even think of an excuse to escape. It was as if a volcano had erupted in Su Yu's chest, and his fury soared to the sky. The priority was to get rid of evil. Zi Yunxiang's fate was clearly worrying. He clearly saw everything with his own eyes. However, in order to take revenge on Su Yu, in order to avenge a personal grudge, he actually turned a blind eye. What's more, he purposely chose to strike twice at the most crucial moment. This is undisguised malicious revenge. Here. Me. Get lost. Su Yu's eyes were burning with fury. His eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent was bone-piercing. An angry roar filled with shocking killing intent shook the clouds and reached the 9 heavens. This roar seemed to be able to shatter the clouds in the sky and burn everything to ashes. The entire Silver Plume City felt as though it had been struck by lightning, causing the hearts of hundreds of thousands of people to shrink. The red-clothed leader's body trembled involuntarily. That voice was filled with rage and monstrous murderous intent. That pair of blood-red eyes that were burning with flames made the red-clothed leader realize that he seemed to have really angered him to the extreme. However, when he recalled his identity and the purpose of this trip, his face quickly turned cold. "Humph! You roared at this commander and looked down on the Saint Monarch. Your crimes will be added to the list." Su Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Tu Long had already seized Zi Yunxiang and escaped into the sky. If he did not catch up, what awaited Zi Yunxiang was the fate of being defiled. Time was of the essence. "You deserve die." It had been a long time since Su Yu had such a strong killing intent. The red-clothed leader had a stern expression. "Your murderous intent is extremely strong. You are indeed a cruel person. People like you cannot be left alive." Thunder Star Finger. Su Yu activated his immortal level technique, purple lightning glowing. The red-clothed leader laughed and shook his head. Insignificant skill. He lifted his finger to release a bit of spirit energy. At that moment, a powerful force engulfed Su Yu's body. Pooh! The lightning in Su Yu's palm was like a weak flame, instantly extinguished by the howling wind. At the same time, the remaining spirit energy struck Su Yu's chest, sending him flying 100 meters away and crashing into the walls of the manor. The frightening attack caused Su Yu's organs to tremble, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Su Yu himself was buried in the rubble. Palace Master. The people in the manor shouted anxiously, hurriedly pouncing forward to dig up the rubble. However, within the rubble, another voice suddenly rang out. Tribulation of ice and thunder. Thick murderous intents pierced through the rubble, abruptly bursting forth. Creak in the sky, without any warning, a thunder ice dragon descended from the sky, swallowing the red-clothed leader. The attack was sudden, causing the red-clothed leader to be unprepared. The red-clothed leader casually raised his head and looked over, laughing as he shook his head. "Hehe, so the immortal level technique was only to attract my attention. The true killing move is here. Unfortunately, it is still an insignificant skill." But Leader Tai Mu raised his hand and grabbed. That kind of pitilessly powerful and terrifying divine decree was actually effortlessly grabbed and destroyed by a casual palm. Creak! The thunder dragon let out a whimper, turning into bolts of lightning. Commander Tai Mu's palm did not even have a scratch on it. The power is passable, but unfortunately, in my eyes, it is merely a struggle before death. Leader Tai Mu shook his head, taking a step toward the rubble. The people of the Inu Manor gasped. The power of the tribulation of ice and thunder was enough to kill everyone present. But in the hands of the Empire of Darkness commander, it was destroyed with a wave of his hand. "Accept your fate. If I want to capture you, you have no choice." Leader Tai Mu took a step forward, his frightening aura suppressing Su Yu. His eyes were filled with mockery, as well as the pleasure of revenge. The more anxious Su Yu was, the more pleased he felt. That day, in front of Inspector Bai He and Palace Master Ling, he was slapped in the face by this arrogant fool. He would never forget that slap. It was one of the few humiliations he had suffered in his life. Now, Su Yu had brought this upon himself, and was guilty. It was the best time for revenge. However, just as Leader Tai Mu was about to capture Su Yu, a destructive energy abruptly burst forth from the ruins. Buddhist Saints 8 characters. Confrontation. The tribulation of ice and thunder and Buddhist Saints 8 characters had no gaps between the two. The moment the Thunder Star Finger was dispersed, it was the tribulation of ice and thunder. The moment the tribulation of ice and thunder was dispersed, it was Buddhist Saints 8 characters. The final Buddhist Saints 8 characters was the surprise attack, the true killing move. In his carelessness, the red-clothed leader's expression turned rigid. The sound wave, which arrived in an instant, carried with it a destructive energy that was beyond compare. It was not something that someone of Su Yu's level could unleash. The power of that move was enough to threaten him. Rumble, a pathetic shriek could be heard. The red-clothed leader was caught off guard, and was engulfed by the sound wave. The destructive sound wave shattered his red robe, sending him flying 10 meters away, crashing into a giant rock. Puu, in the tremor, the red-clothed leader spat out a mouthful of blood. The people of the Inu manor were filled with shock and despair. The palace master had repeatedly used his trump card. His strongest killing move, Buddhist Saint's 8 characters, had only caused the other party to spit out a mouthful of blood and suffer light injuries. Leader Tai Mu was too strong. He was so strong that it caused others to feel despair. The invincible palace master Yin Yu could only feel despair in front of him. Cough cough. Leader Tai Mu stood up shakily. His indifferent expression was frighteningly gloomy. He, an immortal realm level 3, the leader of Inspector by his guards, had actually been plotted against by a little brat. If not for the absolute suppression of their cultivation levels, that attack would have been enough to take his life. He no longer concealed his murderous intent. Clenching his teeth, his heart filled with humiliation, Leader Tai Mu walked toward the ruins. Every step he took was accompanied by an intimidating and oppressive aura. The ground shook, the crowd was silent. Leader Tai Mu, who was filled with murderous intent, caused everyone to tremble in fear. Until he reached the ruins, Leader Tai Mu clenched his teeth and said, "Lord Bai Luo has ordered that if anyone resists stubbornly, I have the authority to kill them on the spot. Yin Yu, you have committed a heinous crime, and are unrepentant and stubborn. I will follow the Lord's orders and take your life on the spot." Rumble, Leader Tai Mu struck with his palm. The frightening spirit energy caused the ruins to descend. The ruins sank by more than half a meter. At the same time, cracking sounds could be heard, as the ruins were forcefully crushed. Puu, within the ruins, a pool of blood sprayed out like a fountain. That was the blood of Su Yu, who had been crushed into minced meat. Palace Master. The people of the Inu manor roared in sorrow. It was not easy for the nameless area to change its name to the Inu area. It was not easy for a powerful deputy palace master to appear. It was not easy for an intelligent area master to appear. The Inu area was about to become prosperous, the black water pirates were about to be destroyed, and everything was about to become prosperous. Why were the people of the headquarters so rude and unreasonable? They did not even give Palace Master Yin Yu a chance, forcing him to the brink of death. Furious gazes were directed at Leader Tai Mu from all directions. "Humph! If you take another look, you will be executed." Leader Tai Mu calmly glanced at them, as if he was looking at a group of ants. Thump! Leader Tai Mu walked forward, kicking the ruins aside. "Even if you die without a corpse, I will bring your minced meat back to report." Looking at the pool of blood, Leader Tai Mu disapprovingly shook his head. "In front of absolute power, all schemes and plots are futile. As your final trump card, that sound wave technique of yours is quite powerful. Unfortunately, to me. But at this moment, from deep within the ruins, an extremely cold voice could be heard. Who told you that was the final trump card? What? He was still alive. Leader Tai Mu's expression changed. If that sound wave technique was not the final trump card, then what was? Suddenly, his heart thumped wildly, the shadow of death suddenly descending upon him. "I said, want you die." Creak! Hundreds of transparent ice threads shot out from the cracks in the ruins. Leader Tai Mu, who was stepping on the ruins, was caught off guard, and was tightly bound by the divine ice thread. The sharp divine ice threads sliced his body. But for someone as powerful as him, the divine ice threads could not cut into his flesh. Leader Tai Mu was shocked, then sneered, "This is your final trump card. If that is the case, I will give you another kick, sending you on your way." Ha! With a low grunt, Leader Tai Mu released his spirit energy, breaking more than half of the divine ice thread. The once indestructible divine ice threads had been permanently destroyed just like that. But from deep within the ruins, Su Yu's cold voice could be heard, "This will only make your death faster." Whoosh! Suddenly, Leader Tai Mu's body froze, lowering his head to look at his heart. His expression changed, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Chapter 299. What answered him was Su Yu's cold voice from within the ruins. Space distortion. Creak, a spiraling spatial energy actually flowed out from Commander Tai Mu's chest. If one could see through it, they would notice that Leader Tai Mu's heart was being restrained by a twisting space energy. With just a thought, Su Yu could distort it and explode it. No matter how powerful Leader Tai Mu was, his heart was still a fatal weakness. Feeling death approaching, Leader Tai Mu's face turned pale. But in the moment of danger, his potential exploded. He exerted strength in his legs and shot forward. As his body moved, his heart seemed to break free from the center of the space distortion. Creak, but just as he shot forward, the divine ice threads wrapped around his body tightened. His catapulted body was rooted to the spot, unable to move. This was the use of the divine ice threads. The space distortion could ignore his defenses and twist his heart, but it could only lock him in place. Once the enemy noticed it, he could move far away from the area of the space distortion. With the powerful senses of an immortal realm level 3, it would be impossible to hide from them and twist their hearts under normal circumstances. Only by doing this would he be able to seize the opportunity to fix his body in place and catch him off guard. Su Yu had shown weakness, finally causing him to relax, creating the perfect opportunity. Creak, the space energy distorted. A shattering sound came from Leader Tai Mu's chest. His heart was shattered on the spot. Bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His body felt as if its energy had been sucked out, limp and powerless. His face was filled with pain and malevolence as he roared, You dare injure me. I am the commander of the Inspector Guards, you dare injure me. After all, he was an immortal realm level 3. Even if his heart was shattered, he would not die immediately. Creak, the divine ice threads formed a long sword, pressing against his throat. Within the rubble, a silver-haired figure covered in blood crawled out with difficulty. His body was lacerated, his flesh a bloody mess. His injuries were not light. Even though Su Yu had blocked Leader Tai Mu's kick in time, he was still injured. Pooh! Su Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with killing intent. Injure you? Did you really think that I would only injure you? Su Yu smiled. His smile was like a flower blooming in the darkness, and it was extremely evil. Leader Su Yu's pupils shrank and his expression turned grave. There was fear deep in his eyes. You still dare to kill me? What answered him was Su Yu's extremely cold eyes. What do you think? Hiss, Commander Tai Mu secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Fear finally surged from the depths of his heart. Palace Master Yin Yu. You'd better think this through. I represent the Empire's headquarters, Lord Bai Luo, and the law. You have already committed a heinous crime by injuring me. If you can remedy it in time, there will still be room for negotiation. If you kill me, no one in this world will be able to save you. Commander Tai Mu took a deep breath and said. As Su Yu strode forward, the murderous intent on his face intensified. Are you forgetting something? Su Yu sneered. In your eyes, Leader Tai Mu, I, Su Yu, am already a dead man. Even if I let you go, will you be grateful and let me go? Leader Tai Mu's face was deathly pale. His actions just now had also cut off his last path of retreat. Su Yu was at his wit's end. He would definitely act crazily. Clenching his teeth, Leader Tai Mu argued, if you can get Lord Bai Luo's forgiveness, you might not die. After all, your crimes still need to be investigated. However, if you kill me in front of everyone now, there will be no turning back. Hearing this, Su Yu could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha. My crimes still need to be investigated. Dare I ask, just now, who was the one who pressured me, who was the one who wanted to kill me, and who was the one who insisted on my crimes? Are you trying to tell me that you are abusing your position to take revenge? My crimes have not been confirmed, and the facts have not been clarified. You want to kill me first and report later? What right does such a person have to represent the Empire and the law? The consecutive questions made Leader Tai Mu speechless. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. Accept your fate. Actually, even if you were representing the Empire, Lord Bai Luo, or the law, I, Su Yu, would still kill you. Su Yu stepped forward, the tip of his sword piercing through his flesh and into his throat. Ua, leader Taimu spat out blood from his throat. His eyes were wide open, filled with dissatisfaction. His body gradually collapsed. Retrieving his divine ice threads, Suyu calmly said, "Injuring me is fine. The reason you deserve to die is because you implicated Zi Yunxiang. She is only an innocent lady." His figure was fleeting. Suyu had no time to care about his injuries, chasing after Tu Long. At that time, half a cup of tea's time had passed. Tu Long had taken a lot of time to capture Zi Yunxiang, gather his subordinates in the city, and confront the guards. Coupled with his heavy injuries, his movement techniques were far from his peak. Hence, he had only managed to escape 40 miles. That was the limit of Suyu's vision. His figure flickered as Suyu chased after him, leaving an echo in the sky above the Inu Manor. "Order, Dragon Realm Level 7 and above fighters of Inu City, follow me." His majestic voice contained a shred of the power of the Buddhist saint's 8 characters, surging forward, shaking the hearts of the people. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fighters of the city followed, chasing after Suyu's footsteps, chasing after Tu Long. 100 Dragon Realm Level 7 fighters, 10 Immortal Realm Level 1s. The vast crowd flew out of Inu City like a black mass. Suyu was leading a large group, his speed greatly reduced. Luckily, Tu Long was far away and did not notice anything. As he recovered from his injuries, he flew steadily toward the border. A day later, at the border between the Inu area and the Shenkong area, in the lair of the Blackwater pirates. In Suyu's line of sight, Tu Long led his men into an inconspicuous valley. It looked normal, but within the valley, there were many caves on the stone walls. Countless Blackwater pirates were living in them. This was the gathering point of the Blackwater pirates, which the citizens of the Inu area feared. They had attacked the place many times, but had returned in failure, suffering heavy casualties. Suyu was anxious, forcing himself to be rational and not barge in recklessly. As the gathering point of the Blackwater pirates, there was no one guarding outside the valley. There was definitely something strange going on. Palace Master. The great head of the Blackwater pirates is proficient in spells. There is an offensive spell at the entrance of the valley. If you do not know the password and barge in, the spell will be activated immediately, killing countless people. Spell. Mere bandits were proficient in mysterious spells. The previous 3 attacks of the Inu area were all based on movement techniques. We suffered heavy casualties and suffered heavy casualties. If we could safely pass through the spell, with our abilities, we would be able to exterminate half of the Blackwater pirates. Other than the leader, the second head, and the third head of the Blackwater pirates, the rest were Immortal Realm Level 1 fighters. There were less than 10 of them. They might not be afraid of the Blackwater pirates if they attacked together. What they did not know was that Suyu had already killed 9 of the Immortal Realm Level 1 fighters of the Blackwater pirates. At the moment, there were only a few Immortal Realm Level 1 fighters in the gathering point. Suyu had a thoughtful expression. Looking at the situation, the scale of the Blackwater pirates was not as large as he had imagined. But where did they get the ability to invade 17 cities at the same time? Disregarding their abilities, just their numbers would not be sufficient to invade 17 cities at the same time. Looks like what we are facing is not as simple as the Blackwater pirates, Suyu said meaningfully. There was definitely an invisible hand behind the chaos. This was not something that a single Blackwater pirate could do. In fact, Suyu could not help but wonder if Tu Long had really taken the risk to enter the city alone just to plunder. Palace Master, what do we do? If we force our way into the spell, our brothers will suffer heavy casualties. Every Blackwater pirate that enters and exits the city knows the password to the spell. In all these years, have you not captured any scattered pirates and interrogated them for the password? The person accompanying Suyu laughed bitterly. If it was so easy to obtain the password, the Blackwater pirates would have been taken down by us. That password changes every half a day. Furthermore, the password can be changed at any time. As long as the other party is alerted, our efforts would be futile. Is that so? Suyu thought. A moment later, Suyu brought the group to a secluded area, sat down cross-legged, and said, "Do not disturb me for an hour. Maintain secrecy. Whoosh! Su Yu's invisible soul left his body, floating toward the valley. The soul was formless and did not exist in the physical world. Even the spell could not detect it. Hence, Su Yu passed through the spell, which was filled with killing intent, and entered the valley with ease. Scanning the area, there were very few fighters in the valley. Almost all of the Immortal Realm Level 1 fighters had been killed by Su Yu. Only 100 Dragon Realm fighters were left. Once the spell was activated, the troops from the Inu area could charge in and kill them all in an instant. Suddenly, Su Yu felt Tu Long's presence and floated over. It was a heavily guarded cave. It was spacious, bright, and luxuriously decorated. There were 3 people in the cave. One was Zi Yunxiang. Another was Tu Long. The last person was leaning against a throne made of beast skin. He had a tall and straight figure, wearing a black robe and a bronze mask. Apart from his eyes, nose, and mouth, everything else was hidden under the mask. First leader, I was incompetent and could not complete the mission. Tu Long knelt on one knee, extremely respectful. The man with the bronze mask was the leader of the Black Water Pirates, the first leader. No one had seen his true appearance, as those who had were all dead. The first leader leaned against the throne, opening his mouth to speak. Under the mask, his voice was rough, loud, and powerful, as if it could pierce through one's heart. You are injured. Tu Long had an ashamed expression. Palace Master Yin Yu is cunning. I was ambushed, and only managed to survive due to luck. The first leader's eyes were calm, a shred of surprise flashing past. Oh? To be able to make you fall into an ambush, this Yin Yu is not simple. Tu Long's shame deepened. I was useless. I only managed to capture her, but did not bring back the key that Palace Master Yin Yu took from the relic. Key! Su Yu stood in the hall in his soul form, not missing a single word of their conversation. Hearing the word door, Su Yu's heart shook. The plaited bamboo hat man that Su Yu killed in the relic was indeed the same as Hai Kuangren, coming for the so-called key. Tu Long probably thought that the key was with Su Yu, as he was able to leave the relic alive. Hence, the 17 cities were in chaos, and he took the risk to enter the cities. Do not blame yourself. Capturing Zi Yunxiang is already half the battle. Next, we only need to exchange her for the key. The first leader calmly said, his expression calm. Hearing this, Tu Long heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Zi Yunxiang, hesitating. First leader, how should we deal with her? The first leader lifted his gaze. The beautiful figure was reflected in his eyes lighting up. What a beautiful woman. A cold expression flashed past his lips. Since we know of the existence of the key, of course we cannot keep her. With Palace Master Yin Yu's cunning, if he does not see Zi Yunxiang in person, he will not easily fall for the trick and hand over the key. Tu Long was worried. The first leader had a mocking expression. Who told you that I want to kill her now? I do not wish to burn the zither and cook the crane. I naturally have to have a taste of such a beautiful woman first. Chapter 300. The first head calmly nodded his head. Go. Also, get third brother to inform Yin Yu to come over for the exchange. You should rest for a while. Looking at Tu Long's departing figure, the first head's eyes glowed with a cold light, his lips forming a cold arc. The pitiful Zi Yunxiang could not move her body. Her eyes were filled with fear and hatred as she was brought away by 2 maids to wash up. What awaited her was the fate of being defiled. Hearing this, Su Yu's heart tightened. When Zi Yunxiang brushed past him, a crystalline tear rolled down her cheek. There was despair, unwillingness, grief. Su Yu's body trembled. She was probably grieving because Su Yu had not been able to save her. Zi Yunxiang, clenching his fists, Su Yu stared at the bronze man, then quickly retreated, returning to his body. Hey! The bronze man looked in Su Yu's direction thoughtfully, his eyes squinting. What happened just now? This person's senses were shocking, to be able to detect a trace of Su Yu's existence. After a cup of tea's time, Su Yu's soul had already left his body for close to an hour. Su Yu's soul felt cold all over, about to be frozen. Luckily, he was not far away. After returning to his body, warmth assaulted him. But before he could recover, Su Yu suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with anxiety. Listen to my orders, lie in ambush on both sides of the valley. Kill one person. Whoosh, whoosh, a large group of people moved stealthily, slowly arriving outside the valley. At this moment, the outside of the valley rippled like water, and two figures flew out from within. One of them was too long, the other person was unfamiliar, short, and had a knife scar on his face. His face was black, and he was filled with ferocity. Second brother, there is no need to send me off. I can go alone. I am only delivering a letter, there will be no danger. The short person was the third head of the Blackwater pirates. Too Long should have been resting, but he had personally sent them off. A shred of hesitation appeared on his face. I am not worried about the danger to the Inu manor, but the first head. The third head's face turned serious. You mean to say that we should keep the bow after the birds have been killed? Until now, I have not been able to investigate his background. I can only vaguely find out that with his strength alone, it is more than enough to exterminate all of us Blackwater pirates. His strength is only below the palace master of the Empire of Darkness. We have been ordered by him for many years to search for that ruin. Now that we have succeeded, and we know so many of his secrets, it is inevitable that we will be silenced. After saying this, Too Long stared deeply at the second leader as a bitter smile appeared on his face. So, second brother, take this opportunity to leave and don't come back. Ever since he took control of the Blackwater pirates, they only exist in name. The third boss had a sorrowful expression as he shouted, "Second brother, what about you?" Too Long laughed bitterly. "I, of course, will stay behind and delay him. Otherwise, if you and I leave at the same time and he notices, we won't be able to live past today. Don't worry, second brother will think of a way to escape." A hint of confidence appeared on the corner of Too Long's mouth. For the past few years, I've always been on guard against this day. I've already secretly altered the formation. As long as he's within the formation, I can trap him within it for a few days. No matter how strong he is, after a few days, he won't be able to find me even though the sky is vast and the earth is far away. Scheming with a tiger. With Too Long's wit, he would definitely take precautions. The third head looked at second brother's weak body and clenched his fists angrily. "Second brother, take care of yourself. If you manage to escape, come to the Forest of Darkness to look for me." Too Long smiled and nodded. Go. Oh yes, remind Palace Master Yin Yu that the first head's abilities are unfathomable. Zi Yunxiang was about to be visited by the first head. After that, she would be massacred. Even if Yin Yu really came to exchange for her, it would be useless. Second brother, why do you remind him? In the eyes of outsiders, the first head is only an immortal realm level 2 peak. Palace Master Yin Yu would chase us here carelessly and create chaos, giving second brother a chance to escape. The third head was confused. Too Long chuckled and sighed. Second brother only cherishes talent. After so many years, he was the only one who could almost force me to my death. It's really a pity that he came here to throw away his life for no reason. Furthermore, he would only bring more fighters when he is prepared. The situation would be even more chaotic and I would have a greater chance of escaping. Do you understand? Appreciating Palace Master Yin Yu's talent, the third head understood Too Long's intentions. Too Long was proud of his wit. Now that he had met his match, he could not help but respect him. Second brother, I'm leaving. The third head nodded and turned to fly away. Too Long looked at the figure of the third head and returned to the valley. After Too Long returned, Su Yu's gaze flashed, "Attack." Whoosh whoosh, a group of people suddenly flew out and surrounded the third head, who had not gotten far. The third head was shocked by the sudden attack. Looking around, he realized that the fighters he had to pay attention to were only immortal realm level 1. He had a ferocious expression. "Hehe, what a bunch of daring people. You dare to kill me at the entrance of the Blackwater pirates? I do not want to know who you are, and there is no need for me to know. Against arrogant people like you, I only have one word for you. Kill." But he had just finished his sentence when a terrifying sound wave enveloped him with a destructive force. Pooh! With a pathetic cry, half of the third head's chest was blasted into pieces. He was left with only half of his life. Su Yu was pressed for time and had no time to waste. He attacked with his ultimate technique. Flying over, Su Yu stepped on his chest. Speak, the password for the spell? The third head had just come out, and there was no way he did not know where the password was. The third head was in a daze from Su Yu's attack. Under interrogation, he easily said the password, 100 Years Mountain. 100 Years Mountain? Su Yu remembered, exerting force through his feet to kill him. There was no sympathy in the depths of his eyes. His brotherly relationship with Tu Long did not mean that his past acts of burning, killing, and plundering could be forgiven. When they met, this person had wanted to kill all of them without a second word. It could be seen how ruthless he was. Keeping this kind of person alive would only be a disaster. If Su Yu were to let him off today, more innocent people would be harmed in the future. The 100 people following him did not feel that Su Yu was ruthless. Instead, they were excited. The hands of the second head and third head of the Black Water Pirates were stained with the blood of the people of the Inu area. They deserved to die. Let's go, Su Yu said coldly, leading the group forward. Arriving at the entrance of the valley, Su Yu observed the spell. It was a giant spell that was 100 meters long and wide. Looking at it, it was pitch black. Palace Master, we will be the vanguard. The people following the army were filled with excitement. In many years, this was the first time they had obtained the password. Su Yu's pupils dilated. Wait, something is wrong inside. What a thick stench of blood. They finally felt that something was wrong. Su Yu's gaze flashed. All of you wait here, I will enter alone. 100 Years Mountain. Su Yu let out a light grunt. The spell had indeed opened a tunnel that could only allow one person to pass through. Su Yu entered with a flash. The tunnel was very long. Moreover, Su Yu did not know if it was an illusion, but he could faintly sense the presence of a person's aura within the spell. But Zi Yunxiang was in danger, and Su Yu had no time to care. He stepped into the valley. At that moment, the shocking stench of blood assaulted his senses. Looking over, the entire valley was filled with bloody corpses. Broken limbs were strewn all over the place, heads rolling on the ground. More than 100 corpses filled the narrow valley. Both sides of the mountain walls were dyed red with blood. It was like hell on earth. Looking over, there was not a single living being. What had happened in the valley in such a short amount of time? All the bandits had been killed in a short amount of time. Who was it? Could it be the so-called first head? What kind of abilities did he have to be able to kill so many people in such a short amount of time? Looking at the deathly silent valley, Su Yu was shocked. What kind of terrifying abilities did the first head have? Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Su Yu's figure floated into the cave, looking for Zi Yunxiang. Even though the caves were crisscrossed, the size of the caves and the level of decorations indicated different identities. A luxurious resting abode attracted Su Yu's attention. Entering with a flash, he found Zi Yunxiang on a bed made of a snow-white beast skin. She had just been washed, her body unable to move as she was placed on the snow-white bed. A thin blanket gently covered her exquisite and delicate body. The rising and falling seductive lines, the elegant and beautiful face, the snow-white shoulders, the faintly discernible ravine, all gave people an irresistible temptation. Su Yu felt a ball of wildfire burning in his stomach. He had the urge to pounce forward and conquer her. But 2 drops of tears rolled down her jade-like face. Su Yu was suddenly clear-headed. He blamed himself. To think that he would have such thoughts at such a time. The current Zi Yunxiang was in the most hopeless moment of her life. Yunxiang. Su Yu called softly, stepping forward and tapping on her neck, releasing the restraints on her body. At that moment, Zi Yunxiang regained her senses. Her petite body trembled. Without even turning back to confirm, she pounced into Su Yu's embrace with a whimper, her petite body shivering. How rare and precious was Su Yu's voice at this moment. How fortunate was it? How overjoyed was it? How could she have heard wrongly? Oh Tilda, you are finally here. I thought that you had already died in the hands of the red-clothed guards. But the one crying for Zi Yunxiang was not herself, but Su Yu. Was she still concerned about him at a time like this? Su Yu's heart was moved, his guilt growing. Yunxiang, let's leave this place first. We cannot stay here for long. Whoosh! Suyu grabbed the snow-white beast skin, wrapping Zi Yunxiang's beautiful and smooth body in his embrace. He then quickly shot out of the cave. However, just as Suyu was about to dash out, a voice rang out from nowhere, almost right next to his ears. He. That is to say, someone really followed too long into the valley and eavesdropped on my conversation. Suyu's pupils dilated. To be able to appear behind him without him noticing? What kind of terrifying abilities did this person have? Looking back, a black-robed man with a face covered in blood stood on the stone wall with his arms crossed. He had a faint smile on his face. First leader. Suyu was anxious. Facing the first leader made him feel like he was facing Ling Xiaotian. What terrifying abilities. Hehe, I have waited a long time for you, Palace Master Yin Yu. The first leader lowered his arms. Only then did he realize that his hands were covered in hot blood. Within the valley, all the bandits had been massacred by him alone. Chapter 301. Fresh blood, a smile, a bronze mask. A chilling aura surged into the depths of his soul. Suyu flew away. However, just as he moved his feet, the figure in front of him blurred. The black-robed man smiled faintly and appeared in front of him as if he had teleported. I've searched far and wide for you, yet you've delivered yourself to me. Hand over the key. Suyu's heart was filled with solemnity, as this person's strength was unimaginable. What's the difference between handing it over or not? Suyu asked in a serious voice. He did not explain that he did not have the jade box with him. The other party would not believe him. His explanation was futile, and there was no need to waste time. The black-robed man smiled as he glanced at Zi Yunxiang. He spoke in an elegant manner, haha, in any case, you are a deputy palace master. Considering this, I will naturally treat you generously. The difference is, if you hand it over, I'll kill you first and then slowly savor your woman. If you don't hand it over, I'll savor your woman first and then I'll kill you after you've enjoyed it enough. His casual choice was filled with boundless arrogance. In his eyes, Suyu had no choice. Regardless of whether Suyu handed her over or not, he would enjoy Suyu's woman. The only difference was whether Suyu would look on helplessly as his woman was defiled. Make your choice. You only have 2 breaths of time. The black-robed man chuckled. 1. Suyu's whole body tensed up. In Suyu's embrace, Zi Yunxiang's body trembled, her jade-like hands grabbing onto Suyu's shirt. Her eyes were apologetic, her red lips trembling. I'm sorry. I've implicated you. If Suyu had not chased after him alone, how could he have fallen into the hands of the black-robed man? He was already deeply indebted to Suyu, and now that he had implicated him, he felt even more ashamed to face Suyu. This was a debt that he would never be able to repay, nor would he have the chance to repay. 2. The black-robed man softly said the number that would decide his fate. As for Suyu, there was no movement. Your choice will allow you to live a little longer. The smile on the black-robed man's face turned cold. His figure blurred as he said, look at me strangely. Your woman is in my arms. However, just as the black-robed man disappeared, time acceleration. The space-time around Suyu suddenly accelerated by 3 times. The black-robed man's figure, which was hard to see with the naked eye, seemed to be moving in slow motion as he flew over like an ordinary person. Divine ice threads. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu shot out divine ice threads from the divine ice ring on his finger, blocking in front of the black-robed man. Without any hesitation, Suyu's left eye flickered with a deep red light. Spatial shift. Kailar, the red light enshrouded Suyu and Zi Yunxiang, sinking them into the space. Under the acceleration of time, everything was as fast as thunder. The smile on the black-robed man's face suddenly froze, and his face immediately turned gloomy. You want to leave? However, a large mass of divine ice threads flew away. The black-robed man snorted disdainfully. A mere low-grade divine artifact that can only unleash a little of its power. What can it do to me? Ho! The black-robed man gave a light shout and suddenly struck out with his palm, instantly breaking all the divine ice thread. At this point, all the divine ice threads in the divine ice ring had been destroyed. The divine ice ring was completely destroyed. Suyu felt his heart ache. The divine artifact that had accompanied him for so long had finally been destroyed. Fortunately, the momentary resistance had bought Suyu some time. When the repercussions of the palm energy attacked them, Suyu and Zi Yunxiang had already successfully teleported. At the entrance of the valley, there was a ripple in the space. Suyu carried Zi Yunxiang and fell out of the ripple, appearing in front of the spell. According to common sense, he could teleport 10 miles in one go. However, the exit was blocked by the spell, and he could not directly pass through it. Without hesitation, Suyu stepped into the spell. It was only 100 meters wide, and he could pass through it in the blink of an eye. However, the danger of death lingered on his soul, and he could not get rid of it. Merely escaping from the valley was of no use. With the opponent's unfathomable abilities, even if he escaped 1,000 miles away, he would still be easily caught. They had not escaped the danger yet. Whoosh, almost at the same time he stepped into the spell, the sound of something slicing through the air could be heard behind him. Looking back, it was the black-robed man who had caught up in an instant. They were less than 100 meters apart. So fast. Even faster than he had imagined. You want to escape from me with such insignificant skills? What a joke. The black-robed man laughed in disdain. His laughter was like a cat toying with a dying mouse. Suyu was alarmed, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was going to die here. At this critical moment, Suyu made a prompt decision. Seal of time. A purple dragon whizzed out, freezing the black-robed man in the seal of time. In the most precious moment, Suyu brought Zi Yunxiang with him, quickly passing through the spell. However, just as they were about to step out of the spell, the time limit was up. The black-robed man was like a ghost, catching up in an instant. Stay here. The black-robed man let out a cold laugh, striking at Suyu's back. An icy cold energy pierced through Suyu's body. Before the palm even reached him, Suyu's internal organs had already been shaken, on the verge of collapse. The spirit energy in his body was in chaos, unable to circulate. At the most critical moment, Suyu had fallen into a critical situation where he was unable to move. Was he going to die here today? Could it be that he would never have the chance to see Xiana and Jingyu again? If he died, who would hold up Xiana's sky? If he died, who would tell Jingyu that he, Suyu, had personally come to the Zhenlong continent? A strong sense of unwillingness burned in his chest. Too long. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes shot out a cold light, shooting toward a certain spot within the spell. How long are you going to hide? Within the spell, at a hidden spot, a bolt of spirit energy rippled. Too Long had a surprised expression. You knew I was here? Before this, when Suyu had barged into the spell, he had faintly sensed that there was a person hiding within the spell. However, he had been anxious to save Zi Yunxiang and did not care. Now, it seemed like there was only one person, Too Long. With his intelligence, he would not be so foolish as to barge in when a massacre occurred in the valley. The black-robed man stopped his attack, looking in the direction of Too Long, his expression filled with mockery. You are indeed hiding here. Looks like you have been on guard against me. I wonder how it feels to personally witness the brother you have nurtured for so many years being killed. Too Long clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. How painful was it to watch a brother who had followed him for so many years being slaughtered without being able to do anything about it. Even though I knew that this day would come sooner or later, First Head, you are too cruel. Too Long's voice was low and hoarse, filled with indescribable grief and anger. This day had come too quickly. In his expectations, the first master would at least kill him after obtaining the key completely. But who could have expected that after capturing Zi Yunxiang, the First Head would attack immediately, messing up all his plans? None of his brothers had managed to escape. The black-robed man laughed coldly. You are so smart, how could you not have expected that I would kill you? For safety's sake, now that I am about to succeed, I naturally have to get rid of all of you as soon as possible. Too Long clenched his fists, his furious eyes looking as though they were about to bleed. You die a horrible death. Too Long's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, letting out a furious roar as he stomped on the ground. Beneath his feet, he seemed to be stepping on a strange symbol, a bolt of spirit energy passing through his feet into the symbol. At that moment, the symbol started to spin. The space within the formation solidified at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh, without a word, Tu Long charged out of the spell before the space within the spell froze. However, Su Yu was even faster than him. Whoosh, Su Yu carried Zi Yunxiang and charged out of the spell before the space froze. The black-robed man was stunned, then his expression changed, B****. What did you do to the spell? What answered him was the spell, which was freezing at a terrifying speed. Tu Long's expression was tense and grave, barely escaping the spell before the space froze. At that moment, he had the time to reply with hatred, "Of course it was specially prepared for you. I had long predicted that this day would come, hence I studied spells for 3 years, barely reaching the stage where I could modify your spell. Now that the space within the ravine has been sealed, you will not have a chance to come out within 3 days." But what shocked Tu Long was a cold mockery coming from the space behind him. "Is that so?" Whoosh, a palm actually reached out from the array and grabbed Tu Long's right shoulder. The black-robed man slowly stepped forward, his face full of mockery. "I have to admit that you are very smart, self-taught with spells. Unfortunately, you want to modify my spell with just this little bit of knowledge? You overestimate yourself." Crack, Tu Long's right shoulder was twisted into pieces at once. His entire arm was twisted off. Blood dyed the sky, broken limbs flying everywhere. It was a shocking scene, shocking everyone. With a horrible shriek, Tu Long was quickly pulled into the spell. Even though the black-robed man thought highly of himself, it seemed that he was unable to dispel the modified spell. He needed to capture Tu Long alive for him to dispel the spell himself. Otherwise, he would have left the spell directly. Why would he need to capture Tu Long again? In a split second, Su Yu understood. The black-robed man was merely putting on an act. The modified spell had a great restrictive effect on him. Space distortion. At the critical moment, Su Yu finally made his move. A distorted space abruptly engulfed the black-robed man's right hand. The black-robed man's pupils dilated. This power of distortion was enough to cripple his right arm. Making a prompt decision, the black-robed man let go of Tu Long, quickly retracting his hand. At the same time, Su Yu took a step forward, pulling Tu Long, who was about to enter the spell, out. "How dare you!" The black-robed man was furious, but he could do nothing about the distortion of space in front of him. He could only watch as Su Yu pulled Tu Long away. Buzz, buzz, the spell shook, the space completely freezing. It was as if the black-robed man had been frozen in place. Other than his eyes glowing with a fierce light, his body could not move. Whoosh, he had finally escaped. Time acceleration, seal of time, space transportation, space control. This was the first time Su Yu had used all his abilities against an enemy. The difference between the two could be described as a chasm. "Why did you save me?" Tu Long clutched his broken right arm, fresh blood flowing. He looked at the ground dejectedly, sighing. Su Yu did not need to save him. Even if he had killed him, the black-robed man would still be unable to dispel the spell, trapped within. In that situation, it would have been easier for Su Yu to kill him than to save him. Su Yu looked at him, calmly saying, "If you want to die so badly, I can grant you your wish now." He had saved Tu Long because of what he had told the third head previously, to remind him of the black-robed man's abilities. Su Yu could see Tu Long's desire to cherish a talent who had met his match. Tu Long froze, lifting his eyes to look at Zi Yunxiang, who was unconscious in Su Yu's embrace. He let out a bitter laugh. "I nearly caused your woman's death, I have sinned deeply. You can deal with me however you want." The black water pirates were completely annihilated. His arm was crippled, and he would be disabled for the rest of his life. Tu Long was disheartened, his hopes dashed, and he gave up on resisting fate. Chapter 302. Su Yu grabbed it instinctively. Within the jade bottle was an elixir. Spirit Fate elixir. Su Yu was shocked. His eyes glowed fiercely. Where did this elixir come from? Tu Long shrugged. "I am a bandit after all. At such a close distance, my ability to steal is not low." After saying this, he looked toward the black-robed man. His robes were a little messy. The black-robed man's pupils dilated, flames of fury burning in his eyes. "You found it in his robes?" Su Yu's gaze turned serious. The black-robed man must have stolen the elixir from Tu Long's robes when he captured him. But Su Yu was shocked. How could a mere leader of the Blackwater Pirates have a spirit fate elixir that only vice palace masters possessed? Tu Long, you deserve to die. Suddenly, the spell formation shook violently. The black-robed man who had been sealed was still able to speak. Tu Long's expression changed. Not good. Leave quickly. This spell will not trap him for long. The effect of the spell was much weaker than he had expected. Su Yu's gaze flashed. He could not stay here for long. Bringing Tu Long and Zi Yunxiang, he gathered the strong fighters outside the valley and returned to the Inu Manor. Tu Long was imprisoned in the Inu Manor's prison. Zi Yunxiang was sent back to her room by Su Yu, and the maids took good care of her. As for Su Yu, he immediately went into seclusion with the spirit fate elixir in his hands. The situation was dire. An extra bit of ability meant an extra layer of protection. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit fate elixir. At that moment, a raging wave of energy roared within Su Yu's body. The shackles between the Dragon Realm and Immortal Realm finally showed signs of loosening. The realm of Immortal Realm was the true realm of a strong fighter. At that time, he could release his spirit energy, easily suppressing any Dragon Realm fighter. The master of the Luxian faction was only at the Immortal Realm lower tier. And now, Su Yu was about to reach their level. Filled with excitement, Su Yu quietly waited for the energy to cleanse him, his mind beginning to comprehend many techniques. Buddhist saints' 8 characters had been stuck at the entry level for a long time. It finally showed signs of breaking through the lower tier and reaching the next level. As for the Thunder Star Finger of the 9 fingers of imaginary thunder, after brewing for a long time, it showed signs of breaking through the first level. Slightly behind was the Heaven's Sun gazing at air. It was still quite a distance away from mastering the first layer. Su Yu calmed his heart and concentrated on his training. For several days, the whole city celebrated. The news of the destruction of the Blackwater Pirates spread like wildfire. Thus, the siege of the 17 cities collapsed. The Blackwater Pirates, which had troubled the Inu area for many years, were perfectly resolved within a short period of time after Palace Master Yin Yu took office. In an instant, Su Yu's reputation was unparalleled. On this day, at the border of the Inu area, 2 figures, one yellow and one green, entered the Inu area. The yellow-clothed woman was in front. She was about 20 years old, tall, and had an ordinary appearance. Her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and narrow. Her appearance was bitter and unkind. His cultivation base had reached Immortal Level 2 peak. Compared to Zongjian, it was several levels stronger. Palace Master and Fang, it's enough to send them here. From now on, I alone will be enough. The green-clothed woman behind her was 25 or 26 years old. She had a very beautiful appearance. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and her skin was soft and supple. Her figure was tall and slender, and her curves were unique. Surprisingly, it was a rare and beautiful woman. What was even more shocking was that her cultivation base had reached Immortal Level 3 lower tier. Hearing this, Palace Master and Fang stopped in her tracks, turning back to glare. It was not difficult to see the jealousy in her eyes. They were both women, and their ages were not far apart. However, the difference in their abilities and appearance was so obvious. Ju Ruiting. Who did you say was here to send you off? I am here on Palace Master Ling's orders to summon Su Yu to the Lingxiao Palace. You are thinking too much. Palace Master and Fang was a deputy palace master, ranked 4th among the 10 great deputy palace masters. In terms of abilities, she was second only to the top 3 among the 10 great deputy palace masters. The beautiful woman called Ju Ruiting raised her head arrogantly, her lips forming a mocking smile. I am a first-grade servant under Lord Bai Luo. I am here on orders to summon Su Yu back for interrogation. You better think this through. Are you worthy of cooperating with me? In front of the Supreme 7 Lords of Darkness, a mere deputy palace master, unless he was one of the top few, was not worth looking at. You. Palace Master and Fang bit her teeth, her heart filled with hatred. Lord Bai Luo had sent Inspector Bai He and herself, Ju Ruiting, to investigate the matter of Zongjian's death. They had already been waiting at Ling Xiaotian's Lingxiao Palace. Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing had already been detained at the Lingxiao Palace, awaiting their punishment. Only Su Yu, who had sent leader Tai Mu, had not received any news even after a few days. That was why Zhu Ruiting had come personally. Ling Xiaotian had sensed that something was amiss and had sent Deputy Palace Master and Fang to follow Su Yu, in case anything happened to Su Yu. Now, Zhu Ruiting had used Lord Bai Luo to suppress her, causing her to feel indignant. Humph, is a mere servant worth being so proud of? Zhu Ruiting continued to mock her sarcastic words. Hihi, Lord Bai Luo's servant is not something anyone can become. At least, it is not a position that Palace Master and Fang can take. Her sarcastic words caused Palace Master and Fang to be speechless. Lord Bai Luo was a strong fighter of the Seven Lords of Darkness. Even if she was a servant, she was definitely a peerless woman, 1 in 10,000. First-class looks and top-notch cultivation talent were both indispensable. Even if Palace Master and Fang were to lower herself and beg to serve Lord Bai Luo, she would not have the right to do so. At the very least, she would be able to pass the test of looks. Don't you dare be insolent. Palace Master and Fang let out a light grunt, minding her own business as she flew toward Inu City. In the confrontation, she was at a disadvantage. In her heart, she was vexed. This matter had nothing to do with her, but she had been implicated by Palace Master Yin Yu, causing her to be mocked by Zhu Ruiting. Her reputation had been tarnished. In her heart, her favorable impression of Su Yu had completely disappeared. Zhu Ruiting let out a cold laugh, flying to catch up. A day later. Inu Manor. Su Yu had finished comprehending his cultivation technique. Buddhist saints' 8 characters was just a matter of time. At that time, the power of the word Lin would increase by more than double. The power that it could unleash was incomparable to the entry level. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Even now, with his improvements, the power of the word Lin was incomparable to before. He believed that if he met leader Tai Mu again, he would be able to put up a fight. Heaven's Sun gazing at air had improved slightly, still a distance away from stage 1 top class. However, he would definitely be able to break through in the future. Finally, it was the 9 fingers of imaginary thunder that did not disappoint him. Under the acceleration of time, he had finally broken through to stage 1 top class. At this point, the Thunder Star finger was completely at the top class. Its power was also twice as strong as when it was at the upper class level. Su Yu was looking forward to the power it contained. After completing his cultivation technique, he was still bitterly trying to break through the bottleneck. With that shocking medicinal power, the bottleneck between Dragon Realm and Immortal Realm had not been broken through after 3 days and 3 nights. The medicinal power of the Spirit Fate Elixir had been depleted by more than 30%, but he was still unable to break through the bottleneck. As expected of the Immortal Realm bottleneck, it is extraordinarily difficult. Su Yu could not help but click his tongue. Ever since he had started training, he had never encountered a bottleneck as difficult as the Immortal Realm. Luckily, after 3 days and 3 nights, there was only a thin layer left of the bottleneck, and he was about to break through. Bolts of spirit energy gathered above Su Yu's head, as if they had been summoned. When it was too dense, it formed a mist of spirit energy. A strange phenomenon appeared above Su Yu's head. This was a sign that he was about to enter the Immortal Realm. Delighted, Su Yu calmed himself down and focused on breaking through the Immortal Realm bottleneck. At the same time, in the sky above the Inu Manor, 2 uninvited guests arrived unexpectedly. Inu, come out and receive the edict. Zhu Ruiting stood in the sky above the Inu Manor, lowering her head as she announced coldly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, all the experts of the Inu Manor came out, their expressions changing as they looked at the 2 of them. They did not recognize Zhu Ruiting, but they recognized the 4th Deputy Palace Master and Fang. With regards to Zhu Ruiting's shout, Su Yu, who was at the most critical juncture of his breakthrough, could not respond. The many experts of the Inu Manor did not have the right to respond. The instant silence caused Zhu Ruiting to frown. Palace Master and Fang had a gloating smile, her expression serious as she scolded, "People of the Inu Manor, why are you not kowtowing to me when you see me? This Logically, they were citizens of the Inu area, and should only kowtow to Palace Master Yin Yu. But in general, they were citizens of the Empire of Darkness. In terms of class, if the other palace masters forced them to kneel, they would not be able to refute. Looking at each other, the people of the Inu manor hesitated for a moment, but knelt down unwillingly. Greetings to Palace Master and Fang. Compared to Ju Ruiting's awkward silence, Palace Master and Fang's influence was greater. The two of them exchanged blows in secret, and Palace Master and Fang managed to turn the tables. Her face was filled with pride. Palace Master and Fang looked down from above and said casually, "Tell me, where is Yin Yu? Get him to come out." Palace Master and Fang's tone was as if she was talking to a subordinate. Within the crowd, Fan Haisheng's old face was calm, reporting to Palace Master and Fang, "Palace Master Yin Yu is currently training and should not be disturbed. Why don't the two of you rest in the house for a moment, while I inform him?" Hearing this, Palace Master and Fang's eyebrows twitched. What an audacious servant. "Do you have the right to question my orders? I asked you to speak, so speak. Where is he?" How could she tolerate her dignity being challenged in front of Ju Ruiting? Ju Ruiting's expression turned cold. Is he worthy of making me wait for him?" Hearing this, the people of the Inu manor were furious. Insolence. What kind of person did these two women treat Palace Master Yin Yu as? Fan Haisheng looked at the two of them, sighing, "He's there. Please wait for a moment." Palace Master seems to be at his most critical juncture. The two women looked over, and it was not difficult for them to detect the obscure changes in the weather in front of a certain secret room. Palace Master and Fang let out a gasp of surprise. "Eh? Breaking through to the immortal realm? His training speed is quite fast." Whoosh! Palace Master and Fang arrived in a flash, landing in front of the secret room. She frowned, lightly scolding, "Put your training aside, I have something to discuss with you. Come out." Her words were not polite, and she did not care that Su Yu was at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. Bang! But a green shadow flashed past, breaking the stone door with a palm. Ju Ruiting was impatient, pretentious. "Do you need me to invite you out?" Su Yu was at his most critical juncture. How could he have the mood to deal with the two of them? Chapter 303. Stop. Zi Yunxiang, who had sensed the commotion outside, hurried over. Seeing the pained expression on Su Yu's face, she was shocked. Shreds of frenzied spiritual energy spurted out from Su Yu's body continuously. This was a sign that he was about to go berserk. If he did not control it in time, Su Yu would fail in his breakthrough if he was lucky, or die if he was unlucky. Ju Ruiting glanced sideways and saw a beautiful woman with a purple complexion that was not inferior to hers enter her field of vision. However, he was merely at the dragon realm. Ju Ruiting's cold eyes were filled with disdain. "Stand aside. You are not allowed to interfere when I am doing this." Zi Yunxiang was anxious and angry. This imperial court's special envoy was too overbearing. It did not concern Su Yu's safety at all. With a flash in her eyes, Zi Yunxiang looked anxiously at Palace Master and Fang, who was quietly waiting at the side. "Palace Master and Fang, please stop this person. Palace Master Yin Yu is at a crucial moment and cannot be disturbed." Palace Master and Fang frowned, her face cold and emotionless. "What does his cultivation have to do with me? Can't you just give up on breaking through?" If Su Yu could restrain the spiritual energy in his body in time and give up on his breakthrough, he could prevent himself from going berserk. However, if he failed to break through the bottleneck between dragon transformation and heaven ascension, he would need even more energy the next time. One spirit fate elixir could barely help Su Yu achieve a breakthrough. The next time, the pill would lose its effect. In other words, this was Su Yu's only chance to make a breakthrough. Zi Yunxiang said anxiously, "Palace Master and Fang, seeing that we are both Vice Palace Masters, I beg you to help him." In her anxiety, Zi Yunxiang even lowered her voice and begged. Unexpectedly, Palace Master and Fang did not sympathize with him. Instead, her face was filled with disgust. "Humph. I hate people like you the most. So what if we're both Vice Palace Masters? Did I ever owe him a favor? Why must we help him?" Zi Yunxiang was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Her mind was filled with Su Yu's comforting words. A few days ago, it was Su Yu who risked his life to charge into the Black Water Pirates alone and rescue her. Now, he could only look on helplessly as an evil woman took advantage of Su Yu's most dangerous moment to do evil. But Zi Yunxiang pleaded bitterly. Whoosh, Palace Master and Fang was impatient. She frowned and flicked her sleeves. A gust of wind blew over, sending Zi Yunxiang flying 10 meters away. Wu Zi Yunxiang let out a muffled groan. Blood leaked out of the corner of her mouth, and her pretty face paled. This action caused the people of the Inu Manor, who were kneeling on the ground, to glare angrily. Even with Fan Haisheng's calmness, he couldn't help but be slightly angry. Palace Master and Fang, even if you disregard the fact that we're both Vice Palace Masters, there's no need for you to hurt her, right? Not only was this woman cold, but she was also abnormally rude and unreasonable. Palace Master and Fang coldly glanced at the people who were glaring at her. Her slender eyes emitted a cold glint. She opened her mouth and sneered, "A bunch of cowardly slaves. If you stare at me one more time, I will dig your eyes out." The people of the Inu Manor were furious, but did not dare to say anything. They secretly clenched their fists, and the anger in their hearts was indescribable. How could Hall Master and Fang be considered a deputy Hall Master? Not only did he not help his own people, but he also watched as an outsider took advantage of the situation. However, when Zi Yunxiang pleaded for mercy for a weak girl, he became impatient and attacked her. What did she take them for? Was it a dog? Fan Haisheng supported Zi Yunxiang and said in a low voice, "Misty, don't." But Zi Yunxiang shook off Fan Haisheng, her expression changing as she charged toward the secret chamber. Because Zhu Ruiting had already entered the secret chamber, her palm aimed toward Su Yu's shoulder. Looking at her stance, she wanted to forcefully interrupt his breakthrough. If that happened, Su Yu would definitely go berserk. No. Even though they were a distance away, Zi Yunxiang was anxious and surprised, charging over without a care for anything else. Zhu Ruiting did not turn her head, her brows slightly creasing. "You dare obstruct me. If you take another step, kill." Murderous and imposing words came from Zhu Ruiting's mouth. They were indescribably cold and serious. Fan Haisheng's expression changed slightly. "Miss Z, don't." Anyone could tell that Zhu Ruiting was serious. Palace Master and Fang did not care about their lives, much less Zhu Ruiting. Killing them was like slaughtering dogs, without mercy. But in Zi Yunxiang's heart, there was only Su Yu's safety. They had only known each other for half a year, but Su Yu had given her a favor that she could never repay. How could she watch as Su Yu died in the hands of someone else? Reckless, Zhu Ruiting raised her hand, shooting a bolt of spirit energy into the air. Creak! How overbearing was the vital energy of an immortal realm level 3? A destructive energy instantly flashed in front of Zi Yunxiang, about to shatter her frail body on the spot. Zi Yunxiang felt as if she was struck by lightning. Flying 50 meters away, she crashed heavily into a large tree in the manor, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The light injury from Palace Master and Fang's attack instantly turned into a serious injury. Thump! Zi Yunxiang fell to the ground, her body covered in blood, many parts of her body injured. Her hair was messy, her clothes torn. A trickle of blood flowed from her forehead, flowing down her beautiful face. Her figure was in a sorry state, no longer clean. Cough! Leaning against the large tree, Zi Yunxiang climbed up with difficulty, dragging her heavy footsteps as she continued to walk toward Su Yu. "He cannot die." With blood at the corner of her mouth, she muttered, stubbornly walking forward. Palace Master and Fang looked on coldly, shaking her head with a sneer. "Serves you right." As for Zhu Ruiting, she had a doubtful expression. "That's weird, he did not die." She knew how powerful that attack was. A Dragon Realm cultivator like Zi Yunxiang would definitely die. To think that she was only seriously injured. Could it be that she had a treasure or a special technique? "Fine, I want to see how many attacks you can take before you die." Zhu Ruiting's beautiful face had a cold expression. Whoosh! But just as Zhu Ruiting was about to attack, his expression changed slightly, and he lowered his head abruptly to take a look. A large amount of spiritual energy around Su Yu surged into his body like waves. The pain on his face had long disappeared, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. A powerful life force different from the dragon realm was released from within his body. A breakthrough? Zhu Ruiting was slightly stunned. He had been on the verge of going berserk, but at the last moment, he had overcome the danger, knocked open the bottleneck, and broken through to the immortal realm. Following the maniacal injection of spirit energy, a terrifying aura was released from Su Yu's body. Shreds of spirit energy penetrated his body through his pores. This was the release of spirit energy. This was the sign of an immortal realm fighter. At the most critical moment, he had finally broken through the last bottleneck, successfully breaking through. He opened his eyes, one purple and one red. Two beams of spirit energy shot out from his eyes. At that moment, the air shook, the gravel under his feet trembling. A layer of dust spread in all directions with Su Yu at the center. Zhu Ruiting instinctively took a few steps back, shocked. What is going on? He has only broken through to the immortal realm, why is he so imposing? Wait, he is not just an immortal realm level 1, he has broken through to immortal realm level 1 peak. With Zhu Ruiting's cultivation level, she could tell immediately after sensing it. Could he have swallowed the spirit fate elixir? Zi Yunxiang, whose legs were trembling as she slowly walked over, had a gratified expression. Her blood-red lips slightly pursed, revealing a relieved smile. Then, her legs turned to jelly, unable to hold on any longer, and she fainted on the spot. Whoosh! A piercing sound could be heard. Just as Zi Yunxiang was about to faint, Su Yu's handsome face entered her eyes. A gentle and apologetic sigh reverberated in her ears. Was it worth it? Closing her eyes, Zi Yunxiang fainted. But she had a satisfied smile, as if replying to Su Yu, if you are well, everything is worth it. Gently placing Zi Yunxiang in the pavilion, Su Yu entered the pavilion quietly. A gentle breeze blew past, causing a few strands of silver hair to flutter. His white moon ice spiritual robe danced in the wind. The picturesque back contained an indescribable charm. But everyone at the scene, the people of the Inu Manor, Palace Master and Fang, and Zhu Ruiting could clearly feel the killing intent within the silence of that back. A moment later, Su Yu slowly turned around. His calm gaze pierced through the air, landing on the people of the Inu Manor kneeling on the ground. Who asked you to kneel? Su Yu calmly said. The people of the Inu Manor had bitter expressions, looking at each other. Apart from Palace Master Ling, you can only bow to me. This will not happen again. Get up. Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back, calmly saying. The people of the Inu Manor heaved a sigh of relief, their faces filled with shame. Not only were they forced to kneel, when Su Yu was in danger, they were unable to stand up for him like Zi Yunxiang. Su Yu was already magnanimous by not punishing them. In front of Vice Palace Master and Fang and Zhu Ruiting, in front of the strict hierarchy, they were too insignificant and could not do anything. Su Yu naturally would not vent his anger on them. Wait. At this moment, Palace Master and Fang creased her brows, continue kneeling. You can only stand when this Palace Master is sitting. You can only kneel if I stand. Do not get up without my orders. This, the people of the Inu Manor froze on the spot. Su Yu's expression was as calm as before, get up. The people looked at each other, clenched their teeth, and slowly stood up. They believed in Palace Master Yin Yu. The offering ceremony, the Black Water Pirates, and the Palace Master had given them too many surprises. Palace Master and Fang creased her brows, her long eyes filled with fury, dog of a slave. This Palace Master, do you think you are worthy to stand with this Palace Master? Kneel. Thump. Su Yu took a step forward. Even though it was a light step, it caused Palace Master and Fang's heart to contract. If you like to kneel, you can kneel to your heart's content. My people can only kneel to me, Su Yu calmly said. Palace Master and Fang coldly scolded, don't forget, I am the 4th Deputy Palace Master. Thump. Su Yu took another step toward her. Ien, I know, but this is the Inu Manor. His tit-for-tat words made Palace Master and Fang extremely unhappy. Especially when she was contradicted by the 10th Palace Master, who was far inferior to her. In front of Zhu Ruiting, she felt even more embarrassed. To prevent herself from being laughed at by Zhu Ruiting, Palace Master and Fang did not dwell on this point, instead urging, Cut the crap, follow me. Thump. Su Yu took another step forward, calmly saying, Ian, why are you looking for me? Speak. His commanding attitude made Palace Master and Fang unhappy, coldly saying, I have received orders from Palace Master Ling to bring you back for trial. You have the guts to kill Zongjian. Thump. Su Yu continued forward, tapping his chin. Ian, is there anything else? Palace Master and Fang creased her brows. Follow me, of course. If not for Palace Master Ling personally instructing me, I would not have meddled in your business. But her words were interrupted by Su Yu. Does that mean you have nothing else? Su Yu stood still, less than 100 feet away from Palace Master and Fang. Palace Master and Fang raised her brows. Oh? Does that mean you have something else? Su Yu glanced at the unconscious Zi Yunxiang, his lips forming a mocking smile. You want to take revenge for her? Zi Yunxiang had suffered 2 blows. The first one was not from an outsider, but from Palace Master and Fang. Since you know, there is no need to say more. Su Yu's calm eyes gradually released a cold glow. Ha ha ha. What a joke. To think that you could kill Zongjian, and I thought that you would at least have some tricks up your sleeve. Otherwise, you would not have defeated someone stronger than you. Looks like I have overestimated you. How arrogant must you be to think that a junior who had just broken through to the Immortal Realm would dare to challenge an Immortal Realm Level 2 peak? Palace Master and Fang could not help but laugh loudly. Strangely, the people of the Inu Manor all looked at her with pitiful gazes. This was the manor that had once buried an Immortal Realm Level 3 red-clothed guard. Chapter 304. A bunch of lunatics. After muttering, Palace Master and Fang shot a cold glance at Su Yu and shook her head. I would like to take this opportunity to teach you a lesson. If you do not know what's good for you, however, just as she finished speaking, Su Yu's indifferent voice could be heard. Thunder Star Finger. Creak. A purple thunderball the size of an eyeball could be seen on Su Yu's index finger, emitting wild thunder arcs. Looking at it, the thunderball was formed by densely packed thunderbolts. Every bolt contained a frightening thunderbolt energy. The whole ball contained hundreds of thunderbolts. When combined, the destructive power of the thunderbolts was shocking. The aura it emitted was not inferior to the beginner-level Buddhist saint's 8 characters. The dazzling thunder light made Su Yu's face look extremely strange. His silver hair was also dyed a strange purple by the purple light. His eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky, were like black holes at that very moment. Palace Master and Fang's expression froze and she exclaimed, Stage 1 top class of an immortal level technique. How did you do that? In terms of age, Palace Master and Fang was 20 years old and Su Yu was 16 years old. However, Palace Master and Fang had been studying the remnant of an immortal level technique since she was young. Even after 10 years, she had only managed to comprehend Stage 1 upper class. She was still a step away from Stage 1 top class. However, Su Yu attacked like lightning and Palace Master and Fang could only receive his attack hurriedly. Heavy Flower Shadow. Palace Master and Fang gathered her spirit energy on her palm. Vaguely, flowers filled the sky. The palms of flowers, which were like overlapping shadows, collided with each other brazenly. Rumble, one was gentle while the other was forceful. The collision, which should have cancelled each other out, let out a shocking rumble. The flower shadows scattered and were annihilated by the purple thunder arcs that filled the sky. Palace Master and Fang's yellow-clothed figure was like a flower petal, flying backward with fresh blood. That face was filled with pain, shock, and fear. She was not a match for Su Yu. Her confidence was shattered at that very moment. Do you understand that you are actually unable to withstand a single blow? At that moment, a cold voice sounded beside her ears. Palace Master and Fang saw from the corner of her eyes that Su Yu had taken the opportunity to chase after her. She panicked. What are you doing? We are both Vice Palace Masters. Are you going to attack me too heavily? Su Yu laughed coldly. Vice Palace Masters? So you also know that we are both Vice Palace Masters. An outsider didn't care that I was at a critical juncture in my breakthrough, didn't care that I went berserk, didn't care that my life was in danger, and forcibly captured me. What were you, a Vice Palace Master like yourself, doing? When Zi Yunxiang begged you twice, as a Vice Palace Master, what did you do? She was injured by someone, but the first strike was not at the hands of an outsider, but at the hands of you, one of her own. You. Do you think of yourself as the Vice Palace Master of the Northern Continent's imperial dynasty? When an outsider bullied a weak Vice Palace Master, you didn't draw your blade to help, you didn't protect your junior, and you didn't fulfill your duty as a senior. Instead, you showed off your power and forced them to kneel. Instead, he looked on coldly from the sidelines. It had nothing to do with him. Instead of teaching an outsider a lesson, they are ruthless to their own people. What kind of Vice Palace Master are you? Pa. Su Yu's palm ruthlessly slapped Deputy Palace Master Fang's face. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, leaving behind a bloody mark on Vice Palace Master Fang's face. Rumble, puff, Palace Master Fang was sent flying, crashing into the wall. She covered her burning face, extremely embarrassed. You humiliated me. Pa, however, what answered her was Su Yu, who had caught up with her, slapping the other half of her face. After leaving behind a bloody mark, he slapped Palace Master Fang until blood splattered everywhere. The first strike is the price you have to pay for helping an outsider. The second strike is the price you have to pay for harming Zi Yunxiang. Palace Master Fang was extremely embarrassed. She was actually slapped twice in front of everyone. From now on, she would no longer have any authority in the Northern Continent's imperial palace. I will remember you. Palace Master Fang's eyes shot out a venomous light, glaring at Su Yu. Puff, however, a leg stepped on her chest ruthlessly, causing her chest to cave in slightly. Her bones cracked with a cracking sound. Palace Master Fang spat out blood mixed with pieces of flesh from her mouth. Her eyes, which had turned red from the intense pain, were filled with shock and disbelief. Su Yu actually dared to injure her severely. Feeling the continuous pressure on her chest, she realized that Su Yu was going to take her life. You. What do you want to do to me? The venomous light in Palace Master Fang's eyes was replaced by fear. Thinking about how Su Yu dared to kill Deputy Palace Master Zongjian, Palace Master Fang's body trembled, her fear growing. Su Yu retracted his leg apathetically, coldly saying, I am just teaching you when to be arrogant and when to keep a low profile. Although the people of the Inu Manor were expressionless, it was not difficult to see the excitement in their eyes. From their point of view, it was too satisfying. Palace Master Fang was beaten into a dead dog by Su Yu, but she did not restrain herself. She even dared to look at Su Yu with venomous eyes. This kind of woman, who thought highly of herself, should be beaten to death. As expected, Palace Master Fang clutched her chest. Her previously ferocious expression was replaced by fear in the blink of an eye, tears rolling down her cheeks. Su Yu let out a light hum, no longer looking at her. His gaze drifted to another person. Zhu Ruiting leaned against the wall of the courtyard, elegantly standing there. She wore a mocking smile, coldly clapping. Haha, interesting. You have really broadened my horizons. Su Yu looked at her calmly. Yes, what do you want? Just say it. You only have 5 minutes. His overbearing attitude caused Zhu Ruiting to laugh coldly. Do you really think that I am comparable to a small fry like Palace Master Fang? If you want to teach me a lesson, I'm afraid that you will be disappointed. I am Lord Bai Luo's subordinate, a first-class maid. Under Lord Bai Luo's orders, I am bringing you back to accept your punishment. Furthermore, you had better tell me the whereabouts of leader Taimu truthfully, when he came, and whether he left any clues behind after he left. Tell me everything. Lord Bai Luo was indeed him. If he did not remember wrongly, leader Taimu's master, Inspector Bai He, had rushed to the North Continent from thousands of miles away to order Ling Xiaotian to hand over the 10 deputy palace masters that he had nurtured to Lord Bai Luo. As for Li Tianqiang, he seemed to have a close relationship with Lord Bai Luo. At this moment, he was taking the opportunity to make things difficult for Su Yu. Haha, you are very surprised, right? My identity is far beyond your imagination. If you are tactful, cooperate immediately. Zhu Ruiting said proudly. Unexpectedly, Su Yu regained his senses, looked at her, and said indifferently, You keep saying and I thought that you were a great person. So, you are only a maid who knows how to act according to others' wishes. Zhu Ruiting's expression turned slightly stiff, her face slightly cold. Her lips curled into a cold smile. You are stubborn. There is no need for me to talk to people like you. Surrender immediately. Otherwise, haha. Russell Ju Ruiting's figure flashed. Her fair hand turned into a claw, tearing through the air and grabbing toward Su Yu. How was this capturing alive? She was clearly killing him on the spot. A strong wind blew Su Yu's silver hair, his cold and deep eyes appearing abruptly. Looks like you have nothing else to do. Since that is the case, pay your debt with your blood. Su Yu had almost suffered from cultivation deviation and died a few times. Zi Yunxiang was severely injured, fainting on the spot. Chapter 305. I am a servant of Lord Bai Luo. You, a mere deputy palace master, dare to touch me? Ju Ruiting let out a light laugh, looking down on the deputy palace master. You are just a servant, don't think of yourself as a joke. Su Yu calmly replied. In the headquarters of the Empire of Darkness, her status was low, and she had to bow and scrape. Now that she had come to the sub-palace, her confidence had swelled, and she looked down on people outside of the headquarters. To put it bluntly, she was like a dog that relied on its master's power, forgetting her own status. That was why she dared to interrupt the breakthrough of a deputy palace master, and dared to injure the deputy palace master's people. He, even if I am just a servant, a mere deputy palace master like you cannot compare to me. Ju Ruiting lifted her chin, letting out a cold grunt. Whoosh! Ju Ruiting's movement technique was extremely fast, and she grabbed Su Yu's shoulder fiercely. It's over, deputy palace master. Is that so? Su Yu said coldly. Thunder Star Finger. The purple ball of lightning revolved on Su Yu's fingertip, and with the power of lightning, he pointed it forward. A dreamy purple light illuminated the sky. But Ju Ruiting's expression was calm. She grabbed at Su Yu's claw, her 5 fingers gathering spirit energy. Green Mountain Clear Water Seal. 5 spirit energies intertwined, forming a seal the size of a palm. Creak! The ball of lightning formed by the Thunderstar Finger was destroyed on the spot. This was the first time they had exchanged blows, and Su Yu's extremely powerful attack was unable to do anything to his opponent. Palace Master and Fang was shocked. What terrifying abilities! The attack of a Stage 1 top-class immortal level technique was easily neutralized. A shred of hatred shot out from deep within her eyes. Yin Yu, you are finished. Easily neutralizing Su Yu's strongest attack, Ju Ruiting let out a mocking smile. Deputy Palace Master, with your noble status, you only have this little ability. You really scare me. Laughing coldly, Ju Ruiting shook her head, her palm striking toward Su Yu's shoulder. Today, I will teach you that when you are weaker, you must learn to lower your head like a dog. Su Yu looked up, letting out a cold laugh. Only when you are used to being a dog would you wish for others to be a dog. You are indeed a servant, so lowly from the bottom of your heart. These words seemed to provoke Ju Ruiting. Her face turned stern. I will tear your dog mouth apart. As Su Yu took a light breath, the spiritual energy of the world suddenly became violent, and a destructive power was quickly brewing in his mouth. Then, I will teach you what it means to be superior to others. Su Yu's eyes turned cold, and he opened his mouth to spit out a destructive sound wave. Buddhist Saints 8 characters. Confrontation. Ju Ruiting was less than 5 feet away and was caught off guard. Her gloomy face suddenly stiffened and her pupils gradually shrank. Her eyes widened and she said, "What kind of skill is this? How is this possible?" Her red lips let out a loud and miserable cry of pain, and an arrow of blood spurted out from her mouth. Her graceful and delicate body was like a broken flower, drifting dozens of meters away and smashing into a pile of ruins. Her green dress was destroyed by the destructive sound waves, revealing her snow-white and mature body in the air. Ju Ruiting cried out in surprise and covered the 2 round lumps in front of her chest. Her beautiful face was filled with shock and anger. You dared to humiliate me. Lord Bai Luo will not forgive you. Thunder Star Finger. But Su Yu did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He continued to attack the heavily injured Ju Ruiting. Rumble with a pathetic cry, the naked Ju Ruiting was sent flying. The naked Ju Ruiting was sent flying. Her entire body was naked as she rolled in front of the Inu Manor. Ju Ruiting lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with flesh. Her face was filled with shock and anger. Thump! Su Yu walked over, looking down from above. Did your lord Bai Luo not teach you to lower your head like a dog when your abilities are inferior to others? This is the outcome of trying to bark like a dog. The same words were thrown back at Zhu Ruiting, causing her to be extremely embarrassed. Inu. I swear that I will never. Thump! A foot suddenly stepped on her abdomen. The shocking force almost crushed Zhu Ruiting's internal organs. Large pieces of flesh and blood spurted out from her mouth. Her snow-white abdomen was a mess of flesh and blood. The onlookers were shocked awake from their erotic fantasies. Their bodies trembled, and their gazes toward Su Yu were filled with fear. What a merciless palace master! To think that a beautiful woman like Zhu Ruiting could bear to be so defiled and resplendent. You still can't learn how to lower your head like a dog. Su Yu shook his head coldly. Do you think a lowly servant like you has the right to use the word master in front of me? In the headquarters of the Empire of Darkness, you are a servant. In front of me, you are still a servant. I will teach you on behalf of your lord Bai Luo, what is the difference in status. Su Yu had no sympathy for a woman like her, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. If not for Zi Yunxiang stopping her for a moment, Su Yu would have forcefully interrupted his breakthrough and gone berserk. If not for him breaking through in time, Zi Yunxiang would have been killed on the spot. There was no pity in killing this kind of woman. Zhu Ruiting's eyes were burning with the flames of extreme anger. A mere deputy palace master of a sub-palace dared to treat her this way. If she did not take revenge, she would not be human. Thump! Almost at the same time as she shot a hateful gaze, her abdomen suffered another kick. This stomp had broken several of his ribs. The bone spikes pierced through her flesh, dripping with fresh blood. Zhu Ruiting let out a pathetic cry, like a pig being slaughtered. The people of the Inu Manor felt a chill run down their spines. Was he trying to torture her to death? At this moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at Su Yu. Even Palace Master and Fang was trembling, her eyes filled with fear. At this moment, she finally understood how lenient Su Yu was toward her. Compared to the pitiful Zhu Ruiting, Su Yu was too kind. Finally, Zhu Ruiting let go of her stance for the first time, despite the intense pain. She looked Su Yu in the eyes for the first time. From those eyes, she finally saw a deep killing intent. Su Yu wanted to kill her. Fear spread through her heart. Zhu Ruiting felt helpless. Her identity as Lord Bai Luo's first-grade servant had crumbled in an instant. She finally understood how insignificant her identity was in Su Yu's eyes. The arrival of death and the fear of helplessness caused the proud her to tear up. Her mouth was filled with blood as she sobbed. I'm sorry, don't kill me. Su Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent, showing no signs of weakening. This woman deserved to die. But at this moment, the unconscious Zi Yunxiang was woken up by the commotion. She lay in the pavilion, tilting her head, weakly shouting, "No! No!" Killing leader Tai Mu was already difficult to clear his name. Killing Zhu Ruiting would make it difficult to clear his name. Su Yu was determined to kill Zhu Ruiting, partly for himself, but more so to help her vent her anger. She already owed Su Yu countless favors. She could not owe him anymore. Su Yu's expression relaxed. He looked at Zhu Ruiting coldly, his killing intent fading. You should be grateful that she was not killed by you. Otherwise, you would already be a dead person. Zhu Ruiting secretly heaved a sigh of relief, her fear fading quickly. She had sensed that Su Yu might not dare to kill her. No matter what, she was still Lord Bai Luo's first-grade servant. Even Zi Yunxiang knew that she could not be killed, let alone Palace Master Yin Yu. The killing intent just now was most likely an act. Rustle with Su Yu's support, Zi Yunxiang walked in front of Zhu Ruiting. She took off her outer garment, covering Zhu Ruiting. Her naked body was covered. Zhu Ruiting was expressionless, her eyes filled with disgust and disdain. But she did not dare act up. She did not appreciate Zi Yunxiang's good intentions. Miss Zhu, please do not find trouble with me. I can only save you this once. Save me this once. Zhu Ruiting snorted. Even without Zi Yunxiang's permission, Su Yu might not dare to kill her. As if sensing Zhu Ruiting's disdain, Zi Yunxiang sighed, silently standing up. Wait. Zhu Ruiting calmly said. Where is leader Taimu? Did he come? He looked at Su Yu with a bit of respect, and his tone became slightly gentler. That, I no longer care about your matters. However, when leader Taimu is leaving, please let me know. She had to capture Su Yu and find leader Taimu. She had two tasks at the same time. Leader Taimu? The Inu Manor crowd had a strange expression. Only Su Yu calmly said, him? He left 5 days ago. Where did he go? Zhu Ruiting creased her brows. If he left 5 days ago, why did he not report back? Su Yu lowered his head, calmly saying, of course, he went to the underworld. The underworld? Zhu Ruiting's body shook, her pupils dilating. He's dead. Who killed? Zhu Ruiting's words stopped, abruptly lifting her head, looking at Su Yu in fear. Her voice trembled. You killed him? Su Yu's expression was cold. Why, you want to go down as well? Rumble, it was as if thousands of lightning bolts were exploding in Zhu Ruiting's mind. Who was this palace master Yin Yu? To have the guts to kill leader Taimu? He was the leader of Inspector by his guards. In terms of status, he was a whole level higher than a maid like her. Hearing the killing intent in Su Yu's words, Zhu Ruiting lowered her head in panic, shaking her head in fear. No, I did not. I was just shocked. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. What are you shocked about? Shocked that I dared to kill your so-called envoy from the headquarters? Even if Lord Bai Luo came personally, if he dared to harm my people, I would kill him without hesitation. Zhu Ruiting's body trembled, completely in fear. At this moment, she finally understood that Zi Yunxiang had really saved her life. He dared to kill even leader Taimu, much less her. If not for Zi Yunxiang's timely warning, she would already be a cold corpse. Yes. Zhu Ruiting was trembling in fear. Su Yu swept his gaze past them. The two of you will wait in my manor for a day, then follow me to the Lingxiao Palace. Being swept by Su Yu, Palace Master and Fang shuddered. All right, we will listen to you. Zhu Ruiting was even more submissive. We will listen to Palace Master Yin Yu's orders. The two of them had originally wanted to capture Su Yu and bring him to the Lingxiao Palace. In the end, they had to listen to Su Yu's orders. Returning to the house, he sent spirit energy into Zi Yunxiang's body to heal her injuries. Zi Yunxiang's face was filled with worry. Yin Yu, have you really decided to head to the Lingxiao Palace? If you escape now, you might still be able to make it in time. The investigation team from the Empire headquarters was waiting at the Lingxiao Palace. Rushing there now was no different from sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Su Yu slowly retracted his palm, sighing. I am innocent. If I escape now, my crime will be confirmed, and I will have no chance to defend myself. Furthermore, with the power of the Empire of Darkness, you might be able to escape now, but not forever. Su Yu calmly said. Rather than that, why not head to the Lingxiao Palace to face the court? There might be a chance then. Furthermore, I believe that Palace Master Ling will give me a fair punishment. In the past, Ling Xiaotian had invited him to join the Empire of Darkness, promising that he would be treated fairly. As a person, he would not lie. Zi Yunxiang lowered her head, clenching her fists. I will follow you. She was worried that Su Yu would meet with misfortune. After thinking for some time, Su Yu did not object. All right. The mysterious leader of the Blackwater Pirates had always wanted to hold Zi Yunxiang hostage, forcing him to hand over the key. Leaving Zi Yunxiang alone in the Inu area was ultimately a hidden danger. It was better to bring her along. Zi Yunxiang revealed a smile. Thank you. If she had the chance, she would repay Su Yu's kindness. After resting for a day, Zi Yunxiang's injuries were mostly healed. Palace Master and Fang had basically recovered, but Zhu Ruiting could only lie down, her injuries not yet healed.